Okay, good evening, everyone. Thank you so much for being here. I am going to go ahead and call tonight's board workshop meeting to order. My name is Colin Hostin. I'm the current chair of the Board of Education. With me in person are Godfrey Azima and Diana Carpio. And with us on Zoom are Sarah Lemieux, Heidi Keys, and Suzanne Kurashets. Is there anybody else there? I think there's three. So welcome, it's nice to be in person, and you will notice this year we're going to be holding our workshops in different buildings throughout Norwalk Public Schools as part of our way to make these meetings as accessible as possible and to sort of enjoy in person the facilities that we spend a lot of time trying to make as conducive to learning as possible for our students and teachers and staff. So without further ado, I'm going to ask us to recite the Pledge of Allegiance. Do we have a? I do have one for you. Okay, we'll stand anyway.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
On this bridge representing. So tonight's workshop has a couple of very interesting topics that I hope we will all be able to engage with. Starting with a presentation about partnerships with which we will invite our partners in the Norwalk ACTS team to join us.
So I just want to welcome Norwalk ACTS and Jennifer Barahona and her team this evening. They will be presenting the work that they do in partnership with Norwalk Public Schools, as well as other services that they have to offer the community at large. We also will have the results of our social emotional learning survey that was done in partnership with Positive Direction, one of Norwalk ACTS community partners. So we want to talk about how they also work in collaboration with Norwalk ACTS and Norwalk Public Schools to support the work that we do as a collective. So I'll turn it over to Jennifer Barahona and her team.
Is this good? Can you hear me? Is it okay, Rob?
So
I'll turn it up. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you. Good evening. Good to see you, Colin, Godfrey. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I know we've been talking about this meeting for some months now. I'm glad we're here. I think we all can, agree that we recognize the critical importance of partnerships. So super grateful for the Board of Education for hosting this workshop and kicking off the school year. I was just saying to Dr. McBride and some others that I'm a licensed clinical social worker by profession, as is my friend there, and married to a Spanish teacher. And we've been talking for the 20 years of our relationship about there's only so much he can do during the school day with his students, and his heart is huge, but his time is short. And the importance of connecting and bridging what happens in the school day with what happens at home and in the community is very much the work of Norwalk ACTS. And so I'm really thrilled to be here. It's also something that I know Secretary Cardona, as well as Commissioner Russell Tucker, have also talked with us recently about, is just this importance of really this collaboration between districts and community partners. So I'm proud to be here as CEO of Norwalk ACTS and with my colleague, Danique Vedeman-Lewis, who's pulling double duty tonight, both as a backbone team member of Norwalk ACTS and later with the Norwalk Partnership and others to talk about the data that came out a few months back. So just want to give an opportunity, because our work is a little bit difficult to describe, and just wanted to appreciate the opportunity to take a few minutes just to help folks understand what it really looks like. Collective impact is now not necessarily a new term, but it's still a little bit kind of hard to get our arms around at times. Norwalk Acts is not a traditional nonprofit. It's a coalition of cross-sector leaders and network partners working together and being supported by what we call kind of a neutral infrastructure. And that's the backbone team, which I'll speak to a little bit later, but we are the group that kind of keeps the work going and serving the greater Norwalk Acts, which Norwalk Public Schools, the Board of Education, and so many partners around the community are members of. So when we say Norwalk Acts, we mean the collective we. I love this cartoon, and I use it frequently because we all get caught up at times in this finger pointing. If we only had X or we only had Y, if it was only early childhood, or if it was only college and workforce readiness. And the reality is that we need it all, and the importance of bridging those gaps between cradle to career, which we serve, is so important in creating that roadmap together. Dr. Estrella and I have talked about that cradle to career roadmap on many occasions, and we look forward to partnering with the district on really examining what that looks like and kind of finding alignment between the various sectors along that spectrum. Really, collective impact is rooted in the belief that no single organization or entity alone can create large-scale, lasting social change on its own. Our tagline is transforming how community works. And just this morning, we unveiled our new mission vision. We went through a process for the last 4 or 5 months, not dissimilar to that which you went through with the strategic operating plan earlier this year. Our mission is to collectively transform systems by ensuring resources, policies, practices, and power structures actively dismantle racism and drive equitable outcomes for every Norwalk child and young person. And it's our vision that Norwalk is a connected and equitable community where every child and young person thrives academically, physically, social, emotionally, from cradle to career. How our work is structured, in the middle, you see these, what we call initiatives. We convene groups, pull people together around certain either times on the spectrum of cradle to career or around initiatives like out of school time or social emotional, what we're now calling social emotional health, not learning. Learning kind of implied that it was just what was happening in the school day, and we know it's so much more. These are behavioral health and support services around the community, as well as mentioned, the out of school time providers, physical health and wellness, and our latest, which is college and workforce readiness. We are very much working with the city of Norwalk, as well as some key partners, including the Governor's Workforce Council, on what this will look like for the district. Many of you know us mostly by our prenatal work, because prenatal to third grade, which is our longest standing initiative, and some really great work to bring the community together to have kind of common indicators for its kindergarten readiness and common sets of measures. But what we've been talking about more recently is what we call our cornerstones, and those are the 4 on the outer box that you see there. And what I really have started talking about is these cornerstones as kind of being the ingredients, or the food groups, if you will, of anything we take on, whether it's early childhood or college and workforce readiness. We have to do the 4 things here. And if I can just take a minute to describe, I think most of you who are familiar with Norwalk Acts are probably most familiar with our data work. We do have a data sharing agreement with the district and have staff kind of on loan, if you will, to the district to provide some really necessary support. We have a lot of external facing data dashboards on our website, as well as some work, mostly in partnership with Ralph and others, on internal dashboards that have been helpful for the district for individual student data, as well as really examining trends. Our social justice and racial equity work, I've said it a number of times over the last week, but we're so delighted that Dr. McBride is in his position, and really look forward to working with him in this area. We know the social justice and racial equity work is incredibly complex, and of all the issues, probably the one that requires the most in terms of collaborative action. But Norwalk Acts was founded, for those who remember, many years ago by David Levinson, Reverend Lindsay Curtis, Reverend Carter, on the because of the disparities in student level results for discipline data and academic achievement between our low-income students and our students of color. So that was how we were founded, and we're really getting back to those roots. Godfrey has been a critical part of our race equity work in conjunction with Denise and our race equity core team over the past year, and look very much forward to engaging the district in the coming year on those plans. Community engagement is another area that's led by two longstanding Norwalk residents, MJ Corona, who used to be on the School Governance Council right here in this building, has been a parent for over 20 years in the district, and Ana Malena Moreno, who is a Norwalk High School graduate and social worker as well. They work with 14 community advocates around that we selected purposely from around the community in key not only demographic, but geographic areas of the city to really be engaging community, because it's not enough of what we have been doing, which is being kind of a coalition of other organizations, but we have to be getting into grassroots work with community itself. It's our belief that those closest to the issues are also those closest to the solutions. And so we see ourselves as connecting dots between key sectors throughout the community, but also bringing awareness to individual members too about issues that are impacting them and really helping change those leadership tables to be more reflective of the community itself. And then finally, policy and advocacy, which is a relatively new area for us. It's been a 20-year desire of mine to see more advocacy work in Norwalk. I grew up in Norwalk as a social worker in my early career for 13 years at Family and Children's Agency, and there has never been an organizing body around advocacy work and really being a voice for what we need up in Hartford as well as nationally. So that work is just emerging for us, but it's really, again, about educating and engaging the community to be the voice. For instance, last February, was it, we put a call out that ECS formula was in jeopardy in terms of getting what was promised to Norwalk a few years ago. And within 24 hours, I think we had 170 parents co-sign a letter to the governor, and many of them providing testimony as well. You'll see this later next month. We are hosting a Board of Education candidate forum with the Center for Youth Leadership, and that really does both the policy work and the community engagement and listening and to student voice, and as well as civic engagement. Our structure, Danique and I are, and the next slide will show the backbone team, but we're kind of at the core, keeping all these rings spinning, but we have a membership that's made up of 70 or plus organizations, including the Norwalk Public Schools, as well as another 70 or 80 individual members from the community. We are a traditional 501c3 in that we have a board of directors who keeps us, fiscally sound and evaluates my performance and others. We also have an implementation team that Ralph has been a longstanding member of, and a great partnership there. Others such as Mary Jordan and key stakeholders within the NPS system serve that role, those really closest to the work coming together and talking cross-sector about what's working. And then we have initiatives and working groups. If you go back to that slide where we had the things in the middle, the early childhood, out of school time, those are the initiatives and working groups. And those are populated by more than upwards of 80 people that come regularly to look at data, to talk about the issues in that particular area. This is our backbone team. Paula is probably most familiar to many of you, who has been our longest employee working on the data front. And again, some of the others that I mentioned earlier. And then wanted to just wrap up before I turn it over to the partnership, to just highlight how you can find more information about Norwalk Acts and a few key upcoming meetings. I mentioned the Board of Education candidate forum later in October, but in the meantime, we have a monthly youth town hall that we started sponsoring last September with the Center for Youth Leadership and other young people from throughout Norwalk High School, PTech, and other students who come together each month to really share. It's led by youth, and they come up with the topics, and they are extraordinarily eye-opening, and these young people are amazing. So the next one will be on the COVID-19 vaccine for younger populations. So we encourage all adults to join in to listen on September 22nd. We had our quarterly convening this morning. The Board of Education should know that Dr. Estrella and her cabinet presented back to our membership this morning in a very good conversation and Q&A back and forth about alignment there. And all are welcome to join our next quarterly convening in December. Of course, all of our work groups are open for anyone to participate at any time. So that is as quick as I can explain kind of our very complicated structure and work. And if there are any questions, I'm happy to take them. But you're about to see kind of live in action what this looks like. And that's through the health, the social emotional health and wellness or social emotional health group that's been working to look at data, student level data. That's what it looks like in action. You look at data, you come together, you talk about it, you examine where are the gaps in the community in terms of the needs that are identified by data, such as the one that we'll talk about tonight. What's the landscape? We have partnerships with philanthropic community and others to really draw a spotlight on areas that need the attention and that may not have the resources. So that's a little bit of what you'll see coming up. But before I turn it over to them, was there anything I can answer about the NORC acts in general?
Speak more about some of the current goals of Cradle to Career and some of the where, if any, there's alignment with just work that we should be prepared to collaborate on or just be more informed about?
So the work of the next couple months, and very much Danique and Jesse and our team are going to be leading each of the work groups through the initiatives and work groups through their planning for the year on what those outcomes look like for each of those kind of segments of the community. And we're simultaneously engaging with Dr. Estrella and the cabinet on the SOP and where there's, you know, real alignment. We know we're doing a lot, the district is doing a lot. We want to kind of map both of those out and see where there's synergies and alignment so we can really support. So there are a lot of goals, but so it's hard to kind of summarize, you know, kind of quickly, but certainly equitable opportunities, regardless of whether it's early childhood or career pathways, is very much on our mind.
The introversion passive, just slow it down just a little bit to make it easier for them to interpret.
And Ralph, these mics, are not projecting for the audience. I don't know. Can you hear us in the back? People can't hear.
Okay. You guys go,
Yeah, we'll do.
Okay, thank you.
That's my fault for trying to cram too much in 15 minutes, Ralph. Are there any other questions?
Jennifer, I'm sorry. First of all, thank you for tonight's presentation and thank you for the work that NORC Acts does. I know we'll see more of it momentarily. I really love this focus on partnerships, right? I think that we're all stronger together. One of the things that I know that NORC Acts has been an amazing partner to our public schools and that we are intent on trying to be as good partners back in return. You talked about the emerging work in policy and advocacy, and I know that's work that you have long championed and wanted to do more of. And I'm just curious if there's any specific things that you have in mind for how the school district can be part of that work, or if how we can think about that specific partnership going forward.
Yeah, so we have a task force that's currently emerged. It's really focusing right now on the process. How do we decide what are the issues we care about? Because in this work, we could be pulled in so many different directions, as you know. I don't recall off the top of my head if anyone from NPS has been populating that task force at the moment, but we have talked about working with Brenda on those, which we did last year as well when there were issues, contacting the district to see, and Dr. Stray and I testified on a number of bills together last year as well. So we also have a policy director position open currently, and that person is really going to help us. And I should say, not just NORC Acts, but we have 3 communities in Connecticut, Bridgeport, Stamford, and Waterbury, who have similar partnerships. We are all connected with Strive Together, our national partner, although we're all independent. So this policy director is going to help the 4 communities lay out a policy agenda for the coming legislative session. So once we have kind of that set, we can, present to NPS and see where there is some alignment on issues. But for us, it's really, 20 years ago doing this work in Bridgeport, it was about grassroots organizing. It's not so much me getting up and testifying. It's about bringing our elected officials into the community and letting the community be the voice. So we see this really hand in hand with the community engagement work, which is why we're really pushing to support the young people in their monthly town halls and the work that Ana Milena and MJ are doing to broaden our community engagement efforts. We really want the people to be telling us what are the issues that are most important to them. So we will plan the agenda kind of accordingly to what we hear.
Thank you.
Jennifer, I just want to say that I have met with you and some of your staff. I love that there's an open door policy and anyone can just give you a call, come in, show up, the types of questions that you ask, the connections that people have, the multiple meetings. I know I had missed some because of Board of Education meetings. The multiple meetings that you've had, bringing in so much information and asking not only the community, the partners, children, what's important, what do we think is missing? So I just love the idea of all the information that you create and ask and use in order to, to have these partnerships for the community. And just wanted to let anybody here also know that's here today that they can come in and make that phone call and just stop in and find out more about your program and how we as a community can help each other, not only as Norwalk Public Schools, but also as parents, as family, business partners. So thank you.
Thank you, Diane. I appreciate that. And that's very much, the goal of the Community Advocate Program that we launched this year was really, there's only so many of us and we really want people out in the community. We've done a lot of great quantitative data work, but now it's really time to be listening to that qualitative feedback from the community.
Okay, if there are no other questions or comments from board members, I think we can continue to the next part of the presentation.
Great. So I'm pleased to turn it over, I think, to Rob Pennington. Is that what I'm doing? Yep. And then he and Margaret Watt from Positive Directions will be talking about survey data. Thank you.
I just wanted to say I'm sitting in tonight for Jim Martinez, who apologizes for not being able to be here this evening.
Mike, Ralph, we have to do something about the mic. People in the back can't hear.
We can barely hear.
We can't hear him and we're right next to them.
Oh, okay, no, because it's in the back, you can hear. I'll turn it up in just a second.
Yeah, but the masks, I think, is making it difficult too.
So they're here as members of the Norwalk Partnership, the Community Coalition for Preventative Substance Misuse of Norwalk's youth and youth adults. As you know, in April, they presented the plans for the 2021 youth survey, which focused on stress, mental health, and substance use in our middle and high schools and on their developmental relationships with teachers. We're here tonight to share some of the highlights of the findings and the recommendations. Since we only have about 20 minutes, we're going to ask to hold your questions till the end.
Margaret, you might want to take the mic that's in the public speaking mic, and that way you.
So the survey was planned and conducted as an initiative of the Norwalk Partnership using funding and prevention leadership from Positive Directions, which manages the Drug-Free Communities grant from the CDC. The logos that you can see on the screen are organizations that are representative from the Norwalk Partnership's leadership team. The three presenters are all members of the Norwalk Partnership leadership team and co-chairs of Norwalk Act's Social Emotional Committee. Because from the beginning, they've planned to maximize the use of the youth survey results to support prevention work and SEL work in the community. The survey was conducted in June using the Developmental Relationship Survey instrument from the nationally recognized research organization, the Search Institute. And parents were notified ahead of time. Both parents and students could choose to have the student opt out of the survey.
Okay, thanks, Rob. Can everybody hear me? Okay, so I'm Margaret Watt from Positive Directions. Happy to be here. Thank you all for this opportunity tonight. Let me go over some of the demographics of the survey briefly, the Search Institute survey collects demographic information, a few different types. We're going to hit the highlights. The purpose of this information is to identify groups that are at particular risk and also to make sure that our survey is representative of the student body. Next. So we had 2,542 students that were actually surveyed back in June. It was the last 2 weeks of school. That represented a 44% participation rate. It was actually much higher than we had anticipated or planned for, so we were very happy. And what that means is that these data are extremely robust. You can see in the bar chart that those are the numbers of students by grade as well as the percentage. And in terms of the academic demographics, we had basically 1 in 5 of our respondents that were English language learners and 8% who had an individualized education plan. Next. In terms of basic needs, 4% of all the student respondents, like this, not necessarily the same 4, but 4% each responded that their families are experiencing financial strain, that they were experiencing housing insecurity or food insecurity. Next. In terms of how students identified. On racial identity, you can see that the largest group was Latinx, Hispanic, followed by white, multiracial, Black. This mirrors closely what the district data say, except that they're not broken down at the district level, including a category of multiracial, but other percentages match out. Next. On gender, we had equal numbers of boys and girls take the survey, and 3% identified as other. Next. Close to 2% of the students identified as transgender, and 3% reported that they didn't know. Next. 71% of our students reported that they were straight, 17% identified as LGBTQ, 6% said they were not sure, and 5% chose not to answer, choose not to answer. On that one, you can see the middle school students were actually slightly less likely to identify as straight than high school students, but the percentages are similar enough to not be statistically significant. We know that some parents were concerned that their children were asked these questions, so I just want to highlight the Centers for Disease Control has been collecting this type of identity information in youth surveys since 2015, and federal guidance has been in place for these types of youth surveys since 2016 because the information that it yields is so important. So in fact, our data did find that the students who identified as either LGBTQ or not sure were at higher risk in many concerning ways that you will see. So in essence, it's a call to action to make sure that these kids who are our children are just safe and supported by the adults around them, whether it be teachers or coaches, parents, et cetera. I guess the other thing to think about in terms of that is, I think sometimes adults are less familiar with these concepts and terms than the kids are, but it's all over the media and social media that they use. So one thing we can think about as adults is to just ask our kids what they're seeing and, use the media to jumpstart those conversations sometimes. I'm going to hand it back to Ralph now to start with some of the findings of the survey. I'm sorry, Ralph.
So moving on to the findings, we're going to start with what high schoolers reported when it talks about stress during COVID. So about 3/4 of the students reported the pandemic was somewhat or very stressful. This makes sense given what we know so far about the impact of COVID on teens, but it's obviously very high and something to be responding to as students settle back in these school this month. Throughout the presentation, data highlighted in blue indicates a positive result and in red, a negative finding. You can see that 1/3 of students reported that they reached out to others about their feelings. You can also see that the LGBTQ population was the subgroup experienced the highest rates of stress. So on our next slide, how did COVID affect student relationships? The vast majority of students felt that their relationships with family was about the same or stronger, and 70% reported the same about their friends, but that means almost 1/3 felt their friendships were weaker. and almost half of the students felt their relationships with teachers were weaker. About 6 out of 10 did not feel connected to other students, something to repair this year. However, the majority of students agreed they feel connected to their existing friends, which was great. Just over half of the students reported that they felt connected to staff and school, which is encouraging because of the nature of remote and hybrid learning last year. Kudos to the staff who were able to connect with students despite the pandemic, but this suggests that we will have some work to do in reaching out to the other half this year. What role did teachers play in providing support during COVID? So as far as the role of teachers played in providing emotional support last year, more than half of the students agreed or strongly agreed that teachers were supportive. Again, they really stepped up during an extremely difficult time. The next section of the survey went into more depth into the developmental relationships module, where middle and high schoolers were asked about their relationships with teachers, not related to COVID. Search Institute's research indicates that students who have more positive developmental relationships have better SEL skills. So social emotional learning work really starts with building those relationships. We're just going to highlight a couple of items from this module. So to what extent do students feel supported by their teachers' actions? The DR framework looks at 20 actions by teachers. Do they expect the best of students, hold them accountable, help them reflect on failures, broaden horizons, etc.? Given that the survey was administered at the end of the pandemic year, it is very encouraging that more than half of students felt so supported by teachers on 19 of those measures. At the same time, in a more normal year, we likely want all of those somewhat supported measures in light red to turn blue. Since we have about a quarter of all students reporting that their teachers are only somewhat supportive on measures like listening, including, empowering, believing in me, we all recognize that those things were very hard in last year's environment where we were often not where there was often no face-to-face relationship. Assuming we measure again in 2 years, we would like to see the LGBTQ students, girls, and other identified groups are reporting better levels of support. There are videos and workshops in the DR model that may be worth considering for future professional development. So how do students view their own social emotional skills? When asked about their own social emotional competencies using CASEL, the CASEL framework that the schools use, students reported moderate to strong skills. Self-awareness and relationship skills were 2 areas where close to 1 in 5 students report weaknesses. Families with financial strain, LGBTQ, Hispanic, and multilingual learners, and students with IEPs reported lower skills and may need customized skill building. So this slide briefly summarizes the data so far with the statistics shown in gray. Basically, students are returning to school with a need for stress management, relationships, and community and skill building. And so some of the recommendations are the action steps to maximize the use of all class and extracurricular activities and advisories to build relationship skills and support. Use community providers for skill workshops, train teachers on the developmental relationships model, and consider creating safe spaces, peer supports, and mentors that are culturally specific.
All right, so now we're going to focus on our kids' mental health, and it won't come as a surprise that this was a critical area of need. So this slide briefly summarizes the data so far with the statistics. Oh, wait. So we found that 1/3 of middle school students and almost 1/2 of high school students were reporting symptoms of depression. In comparison, in 2019, the Connecticut Youth Risky Behavior Survey, which is administered statewide through the Department of Health, Public Health, found that 31% of high school students reported feeling sad or hopeless. So our high school rate is 15 points higher than that. The overall percentage within that report for all grades 7 through 12 was 39%. Within our report is 39%. Next. The level of depression is significant, with 13% of our students reporting that they seriously considered suicide in the past year. Half of them, 7%, reported that they had actually attempted suicide in the past year. And among the students identifying as LGBTQ, 20%, so 1 in 5, made an attempt. So based on the conversation that we're having with all of you, that is why our data is a call to action. Next. So here are the groups reporting higher rates of depression. And as you can see, all of these groups have very high rates of depression, but the highest are those who do not identify as male or female, and those who identify within the LGBT plus community or are unsure of their sexual identity. So obviously these statistics point to the need. So the need for social emotional supports, coping skills, visible supports for different subgroups, suicide awareness and prevention training for young people, staff and parents, and LGBT plus training for staff, parents, coaches. So the Norwalk Partnership, which is co-chaired by Margaret, as well as the Norwalk Act Social Emotional Health Committee initiative, is already putting together a roadmap of strategies and activities to address these issues across our community. Based on all of the comments made, we know that we are stronger together and that these are all of our young people. And this requires a collective community response to support both them and their families. So action steps that we recommend for the schools to consider, which many of us community partners are ready to help and support, include the following. So review K-12 health curriculum for coping skills, continued development of suicide postvention plans, which started last fall with community partners. Consider building wellness breaks into each class period. Use community resources for mental health and suicide training for staff and students. Work with community groups to offer Fresh Check Day. That is a program run out of the Jordan Porco Foundation, housed in Hartford, but is a national program. It really puts mental health and coping strategies to the forefront, kind of in a community fair kind of environment. Provide peer-led supports, drop-in spaces, ensure classrooms and activities are culturally affirming, safe spaces. Obviously, again, provide LGBT plus awareness trainings and disseminate a community partner bulletin to parents to promote awareness and educational opportunities.
Thank you, Danique. Moving on to the substance use data that we got. And there will be more on this at our upcoming Norwalk Partnership Coalition meeting on September 29th, which anyone and everyone is invited to attend. Next. So first of all, here's a line graph showing what's called past 30-day use of substances. That's the national measure that you use to represent current use of substances. As you can see, there are 5 lines. They are color-coded at the bottom. So what we're looking at is in each grade, what % of students use alcohol, tobacco, marijuana, prescription drugs, or are vaping. And the good news that you see here is that the vast majority of Norwalk students did not report that they were currently using substances. In fact, 2 of the 5 substances, cigarettes and prescription drugs, were barely being used. You can clearly see the top line is alcohol. That is the primary substance our students are using. Close to 1 in 10 middle school students and about a quarter of our seniors were drinking. If that sounds high to you now, you should know that those are actually lower than back in 2018 in the Norwalk Youth Survey At that time, 40% of Norwalk juniors were drinking, which was a third higher than the state average for that of 30% for juniors. So what we think is kids are using substances less during the pandemic. There's a protective effect of having fewer social opportunities and less access. In fact, statewide communities are reporting the rates have dropped by about half. However, that means that post-pandemic, they can go back up. And also really the alcohol, marijuana, and vaping rates are still higher than we want, because when you're in your adolescent years, all of these substances actually affect your brain development. Next. So a box will pop up here. I just want to highlight also that among the students who do use one substance, they are also more likely to use others. So the kids who are drinking, a third of them are also vaping, a fifth of them are using marijuana, 10% are misusing prescription drugs. That means, not as prescribed. And even 9% are using traditional cigarettes. Next. Here's these bar charts. These bars are to show you the actual just rates. So the colors look different here. So the left-hand column, the left-hand bar is middle school rate. The middle bar is the high school rate. The orange bar is 7th through 12th rates for each drug in Norwalk. And next, just to show some disparities, we found that girls are using substances more than boys. The largest disparity was for vaping, where 7% of girls were vaping versus 4% of boys across all grades. There was a difference, as you can see, in which races were using which substance the most. Next. And then the groups that had the highest use of substances were students experiencing depression in the LGBTQ community with an individualized education plan or experiencing financial strain. All of those had at least 1.5 times the rate of substance use and up to 3 or 4 times higher depending on the substance. Next. Now this question is, how aware are students of the health risk from substance use? And I would say not sufficiently. I think we would want kids, whether they're using a substance or not, to realize that it is harmful for them. You can see the rates are from 86% down to 65% for marijuana. Now, everything listed here presents significant risk to the developing teen brain. I want to just highlight that last bullet about marijuana. It says, so today's marijuana is so much stronger than anything in the past. A teen who uses it a couple times a week it's actually associated with permanent IQ loss, as well as a much higher risk of addiction. But we have 65% of kids cross the 7th through 12th border thinking that's dangerous. Only half of seniors, and actually in 7th grade, kids coming into middle school and thinking that that's not very risky. So this really points to a need to look at the health curriculum. In addition, next please. It's important, I think, to look at how are we getting this information to kids with IEPs and English language learners, because there's a 7 to 10 point decrease in perception of harm among those groups. Next. So once again, on the key points slides, you can see the area in gray is just to sort of repeat what we've just said, so you have it in one place. This points to a need for prevention education for parents, health education for youth, professional development for our health educators, involving youth in positive youth development activities, and giving them opportunities to be leaders in prevention. So our coalition has many plans that we can implement with this. One of the things that we would like to do is host a freshman forum for our first year high school students, as well as their parents. We've had planning meetings over the summer. This is something that some other towns have been doing. It's a partnership between the Prevention Coalition and the schools. And there are ways to make it as mandatory as possible for both the adults and kids. So you start that conversation, get everyone the key information just to kick off the year. We've already talked about reviewing the health curriculum, providing training and resources to health educators, which we're all ready to help with, promoting sober and positive social activities in collaboration with community partners. For a long time, we've run smart recovery groups in the community, I direct the statewide TurningPointCT.org project, which is peer supports buy-in for teens and young adults around mental health and substance. Those are just some examples. I think we should be talking about building capacity to offer the Preventure program in the schools, which is an incredibly effective targeted prevention program that addresses both substance use and mental health. And we're really interested in working with the schools on capstone or pathway programs around prevention. So, as you can see, this is an overview of a lot of data that we have, and we can drill into it at many levels. Building administrators can access their own data sets for their school. We have a lot of data. The work to address these issues takes place in the schools, in the homes, in the community. So some next steps at the public schools are really setting dates for us to get this data to the administrators. We want to present to health teachers and coaches, presenting to the school counselors, and of course, eventually presenting to students directly. So different levels of presentations for different populations. We've already made recommendations in here that you saw, and the point people that we're working with are Jim Martinez and Rob Pennington here. Jim is literally on the leadership team for both the Norwalk Partnership and Norwalk Acts. And at the level of the Norwalk Partnership and our members, such as Norwalk Acts, we will be presenting this information to many groups such as PTOs, Youth Services Bureau. Anyone here who wants us to come and share data with your group, please, we would love to. As Danique mentioned, we've already been revising and aligning our work plans based on this data. We have a clear vision of how the substance use work and the mental health work at the community level will work. And we really hope the partnership with the schools will be equally robust. This is all work that is done through coalitions, which means volunteers and people who care. So really anyone listening who wants to be involved, please reach out to us because many hands make light work. So you can see some of the examples of things we're working on here. I won't read them out, but in closing, I just want to state a challenge, which is that the Centers for Disease Control asks us to repeat our youth survey every 2 years. That's for the grant, the federal grant that I manage. So 2 years is not a long period of time. It's absolutely enough time to make a difference in these statistics, but we have to start the work now. Thank you. Next.
Now we'll open it up for questions.
You know, I really appreciate the attention that's been given to the mental and social emotional wellness of kids. The survey, you know, it's something that's near and dear, you know, and I really appreciate the presentation coupled with solutions together with action steps. My eyebrow was raising, you know, and then I came a little settled, you know, and seeing kind of where we were devising steps. A question I have, in terms of how the youth are engaged around this, is it the same set of information that's presented to increase awareness around this? And my question comes more so in leveraging the positive aspects of peer support. So how does that look?
That's a great question, Godfrey. Yeah, I think we wouldn't present the same. I mean, any data that we present to any group is going to be targeted to them. And I think for kids, we want to really highlight, you know, that there's some really huge positive things here. And we want to help them be a part of the solution. So right now we're actually recruiting for a couple of teams, one from each building, to work with us through the Norwalk Partnership to get their peer groups together, to do things like they're really active things they can do to raise awareness, to canvass the community, to teach, you know, if they're high schoolers, they can develop materials and presentations to present to middle schoolers. So I think we want to give them leadership roles, give them some training and information so that they know more and then they can translate it back. But we did focus groups last year, for example, with teens, and you know, they've always got their own perspective on everything. So really hearing from them is important. We're also talking about working with youth. We've been having conversations about working with the Youth Business Initiative, YBI, and potentially with the Mayor's Leadership Council that I guess is getting restarted, and potentially having that focus on prevention this year.
And when looking at the application of some of the interventions you had, is the intensity the same across all buildings? Or is it different, at the building level based on what is available? Social workers, because the results look like it would be a response that's shared or similar because of anonymity in the survey. But in terms of how the interventions are applied, it's the intensity different in the buildings?
So I think one of our focuses is looking at, as an example would be SEL plans that were generated at the building level this year. Each school created their own SEL plan, and then working with Kim Martinez, who's in charge of our school counselors, at really providing supports to each of the building levels so that we can work with each school. One of the areas that we talk a lot about is advisory and making sure that we have advisories at all of our high schools to support our students. So we really want to think about this in terms of impact and supporting all of our schools.
Is there a plan for an example, if there's a school that has higher percentage of suicide or drug substance abuse? Is there a plan to help that school, in a different way than other schools?
Well, I think that comes down to our data. And I think as we look at our data, we would have to determine the level of support based on the need. So if a report comes back that one school may need a little bit more support, that's where we're going to have to provide more support, analyzing the data based on these results and the data that is provided to support that school. So it's really diving in deeply to that data to see, what school may need a little bit more support, and then providing that support from our building level, from our central team to really help and provide even some professional development, provide some parent nights, but really trying to work with our data based on our building level at that level.
So I know this is very informative and having this data is very useful.
Can you speak into the microphone? Sorry.
Can you hear me? Okay. I know this data is very useful and informative. You can get, there are a lot of programs and things you can do, and you need to start early. But I just want you to know the opt-out was BS. It was buried at the bottom of emails. It was a PDF link, and there were parents that were livid in middle school, livid. And if you do a survey like this again, this will have to be conducted differently. And I've talked to the superintendent about this. I saw the emails that were sent out by principals, and the parents, that's a tough age, 7th, 8th grade. Sure, some of the kids are very mature. Some of the kids aren't mature at all. And there were 7th and 8th graders who were like, why? Prescription drugs are bad. I mean, the survey taught them stuff they didn't necessarily need to learn this early in life. And I know it's hard to get that right balance, but I just want you to know there was a large community of parents that were very, very unhappy about this. And one parent didn't even think this data should be released. So, this has to be handled better if it's going to be again. And in fact, in a previous board, when, I guess it was Norwalk Acts came to us, the board, their votes were not there to conduct such a survey for kids in middle school. And I think you need to be aware of that so that this is handled more appropriately in the future.
I'm going to open it up for board member Heidi Keys.
Thank you so much. Thank you for the presentation. Just a couple comments I wanted to add. I mean, it was very alarming as far as the high school level. I think it was up 46%, where some of our students were stating that they were depressed, suicidal awareness. And then I think the 39 or 49% grades 7 through 12. We talked about the suicide awareness training. I'd like to know a little bit more what that would encompass and what that would involve. Other than our guidance department and kind of the outreach from there, what are we doing as far as family outreach? Not just necessarily in the school, but what are we doing as far as reaching out to some of these families and having these hard conversations and having this awareness? If you could just talk a little bit more about what we might be able to do to work on this as a district and as a community.
I can speak a little bit to the community side. So as far as training is concerned, there are multiple tier trainings that we would be able to provide both locally, because we are both trainers of multiple curriculums, as well as have support from regional partners that can assist with higher level tiered intervention trainings. So that would be something that would be provided through or for professional development through teachers, support staff. It can be something that's also offered to parents. In certain communities, we haven't necessarily done this in Norwalk, but there have been gatekeeper trainings that can be conducted with young people with, a parent permission slip, as well as with the support of support staff. So really trying to empower some of our young people, especially if they are already in roles of leadership within the school system, to be able to help support their friends. But the largest piece and the large takeaway of doing those gatekeeper trainings for young people is to really ensure that they have strong relationships with the support staff. So I normally talk about it that a 16-year-old plus a 16-year-old do not equal an adult. But it's important for us to ensure that young people have trusted adults within the building as well as out in the community that can help support them and know what to do when those concerns arise. So that's a little bit to the community side. I don't know.
If I could just interject also, having those hard discussions, and I should probably preface it really starts at the middle school level. Could be very end of elementary, but more at the middle school level, moving on to high school, and really talking and having those conversations with our students. And what does it look like? What if you notice something is happening with one of your peers? Who do you go to? What are the next steps? I mean, I have to say, Alex, this is really important information for us. And it's not just here, it's nationwide, but I think we really want to get a handle on this, because if you're looking at the percentages, I think it was 46 or 47%, that's huge. So I think we really have to look at that through a different lens at this point and figure out what our next steps will be when it comes to depression and suicide and among our young vulnerable students. So I think we have to look at that a little bit more closely. And I appreciate the information you sent us. And I think it makes us look at this in a different way and what our next steps will be with that. And I know that, we had a vaping issue. Mike, you remember this, as part of one of our policies for vaping, and Brenda as well. And we had a huge issue, parts of our middle school, but mostly at our high school level. And we worked closely with our principals, and our principals were fantastic. So Rachel Roberts, Scott Hurwitz, we worked with them on how we could figure out what's happening with vaping, because with vaping, it was happening right in the classrooms. It just was easily disguised. So we had some meetings, some discussions, some forums on vaping and what we can do. And from my understanding, it had improved over time because we have that open dialogue and we have those discussions. Students didn't realize the severity with their health when they were vaping. So I think it was a family piece, a parent piece, and also a student piece as well. So I'm hopeful that taking that information that we had, we can incorporate some of that into some of the depression, possibly leading to suicide, and having those discussions.
I think, like Robert articulated, one of the things, Heidi, we've done this year as part of the school improvement plans is really emphasize by school to have an SEL focus based on the findings of this study, as well as other data points that they have within their schools. So every school will have a focus in this area. And one of the things that we're hoping through the Family Center to do is have an array of workshop opportunities, not only to educate our families, but also allow the community at large to engage in conversations and learning experiences to address some of these issues while we're also doing the work at the school level.
And I just wanted to add, looking at our health curriculum and our counseling supports as well.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Heidi. Suzanne?
Yeah, my questions were very similar to Heidi. I was it's alarming to see that we have 46% of high school kids and 32% of 7th and 8th graders who say they are depressed. It's probably a number that's even underreported rather than overreported. The number of kids attempting suicides is alarming. I'm wondering if this doesn't, as you get down to the school level, it's too early to tell. I'm sure there's lots of good data to dig down into, but I wonder what this says about what kind of supports and number of people we have working in the guidance area and social and emotional health area, rather than making it kind of a part of everyday class. If you have kids that need this much help, it may require more personnel, and we're really going to have to figure out how we're going to pay for that. And then I guess my question with that is, does spending the time and doing a survey like this put us in a better position to write a grant to help us to get help where we weren't able to use some of our ESSER funds to help kids because of our demand to keep a zero budget? Are we able to use this report to maybe tap into other organizations that might be able to help us get additional personnel to help our kids who are in the greatest need?
I think it opens the opportunity because now we have the data points that will help us solicit and further engage. And it's something that we are always seeking to do as a collective. But again, one of the things that we had as a projected component of the work we were planning to do was bring in additional social worker and school counselors. We had to make modifications because how we had to reaccommodate our ESSER 3 funds. But despite that, we did add additional personnel to support in this work because it was something that as a collective, we felt was really important based on the outcomes of this survey.
Thank you, Suzanne. Any other questions?
Actually, Sherelle had to step away for a couple minutes. She's at a common council meeting. So her question is, she would like to know what you think attributed to the success of drug use coming down. She believes that you said that a few years ago it was 40%, but it came down drastically. What contributed to that and why?
So it was 40% in 2018, just among our juniors in town. So that's, you have to compare grade to grade because the statistics that I was showing on that second bar chart were really middle school versus high school. But I really think the main contributor is the pandemic. It's just kids in many communities, not just Norwalk, had less access to social opportunities or, how are they going to go, if they were trying to buy vapes and have them delivered to the house, maybe there's a parent there picking up the mail. So there were just access issues. I will say I work with several different communities. That's not what happened in all communities. So it's worked out well here in Norwalk. The rates have come down. I wouldn't necessarily expect that they would stay there without careful attention to that.
Thank you.
If there aren't any other questions or comments, I do want to just, first of all, thank you for presenting this data and for doing what I think is very important work. It's hard to take action without knowing exactly where things stand. It's true that some of this is not to be entirely unexpected in light of the circumstances. It's still disheartening to see, and I think in addition to these great action steps that you've outlined for us and for the larger community, I do think that, part of an action for all of us, adults in the room, and particularly for us on the board, part of our mantle is to model lifelong learning for all our students, is to model to the extent that we can. We've got a board that is majority female identified, chaired by a proud out Black gay man. And hopefully we can model some kind of positive future for particularly some of these groups who are finding it harder and harder to see that. So again, I thank you.
could I piggyback on what you just said about lifelong learning and take this opportunity to say to everybody in the room that September is Suicide Awareness Month. And there are many different opportunities for everyone here to get trained on, especially the QPR training, question, persuade, refer. I'm doing that training this coming week on Tuesday morning. The regional partners, the hub, are offering many opportunities this month. I can bring it, Danique, or I can do suicide trainings for anybody, anytime. But these are gatekeeper trainings, which means we should all know how to ask the right questions and how to help someone in need, because it's literally around us all the time.
Thanks again. If there are no other comments or questions, I just want to offer again my thanks and my appreciation for the partnership that Norwalk Acts brings to our work here at Norwalk Public Schools. I think it's fair to say we could not do it alone, so thank you. And now we've come to the part of our workshop where we have an opportunity for public comments that are pertaining to these workshop topics. Got a microphone if anybody wants to make a comment pertaining to these workshop topics. Oh, is it? I didn't realize there was a sign up. Okay, great. Is there a list?
Hello, my name is Don Saunders, 14 Rome Street. Good evening. I'm here tonight to read a letter from concerned senior parents. Dear Dr. Australia, as a group of concerned senior parents, we are reaching out regarding the October formal dance, which has recently been rumored to be canceled. The October dance is a scheduled makeup dance for the many events that the students have already missed. This year's senior class has not had a high school sponsored event since the beginning of their sophomore year. Life, although different, is starting to get back to normal, and the students are playing an active role in this. The kids are getting vaccinated, they're wearing their masks in school, they're following all the safety guidelines. They're doing their part to try and have a normal high school experience. Taking away another event is not the social or emotional best interest of this class. Last June, when the district canceled the junior prom, a group of students with support from their parents organized a private formal dance that followed all the Connecticut state guidelines. The students were all excited and pulled together with great support to make this event happen. 150 kids attended, and everyone provided proof of vaccine in advance or negative PCR test within 3 days of the event. There was dancing, food, games, and pictures. The kids were so grateful. It was a safe, memorable experience. There were no COVID cases that came as a result of this event. Events can happen safely. Restaurants are open, concerts, indoor and outdoor, are happening. Broadway returning, we are navigating our way back to some sort of normalcy. Throughout this journey, the kids have been understanding, flexible, and compliant. All they want is to experience the traditions that are a staple of a high school experience, but their time is running out. We can't undo the social, emotional damage that was done over the last almost 2 years, but we can come together to ensure their senior year is as normal as it can be. It is time we make them feel like they matter. It is time we make them feel heard. Let's give them a senior year they deserve, starting with the October formal. If NPS still insists on canceling this dance, we would like to request an in-person meeting to discuss the reasoning behind this decision. The seniors deserve to be heard. Being that your topic tonight is SEL, social and emotional well-being, is exactly what we are concerned about. We don't want to have to do what we did last spring. What about those students whose parents can't afford to pay for an event? What about those families that would normally rely on the resources provided by NPS so they would be able to participate in these social events? They are missing out. We don't want any senior to miss out on any event. With hard work, commitment, and collaboration, we know we can make these types of events happen safely. And I wrote all that, and then I listened to this. And what we just listened to tonight, the data shows these kids need to be repaired. They said that. And one of the action steps to take is to have social events. It was just on the board, the fourth bullet. We need to help repair this class. Saying no and canceling, that's the easy way out. It's the easy way out. We don't have to worry about it. It can be done. We did it last year. We will do it again this year. But we need the whole class to have an event. They need unity. You know, it's not just the kids that can afford it. It's everyone. This is Norwalk. This is my hometown. And I'm passionate about it. And what I saw tonight breaks my heart. But we need to help. We need to start repairing these kids today. And that's why I'm here tonight. And I'm glad I saw this whole thing. And it was a perfect night to come. And I want to thank all of you for your service. And I just want to say, I hope.
Thank you, Mr. Saunders, we're up to 3 minutes now.
Yep, I hope that you will reflect on this meeting and really think about the senior class. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Thank you. The next person signed up is Olivia Matera.
Hey, good morning, good evening, everyone. So for those of you who do not know me, my name is Olivia Matera, and I'm the senior class president at Norwalk High School. I'm here on behalf of my peers to talk about the social and emotional damage that has been caused due to the elimination of in-person learning, elimination of jobs, social distancing, sports, and extracurricular activities. Our mental health has been tested, our strength has been tested, our focus and determination has been tested. I first want to start off by saying how far we've come since the start of COVID. I was a sophomore at the time, and now I'm a senior. We are currently the only grade in the school that knows what a full year at Norwalk High School is all about. Staying home during the pandemic was not as ideal as most students pictured it would be. Knowing there was nothing I could do was hard to accept. Our school spirit, something that Norwalk High School students always experienced, was understandably at an all-time low. In an effort to bring back that spirit to our students this year, as things are finally starting to return to some sort of normalcy, we are being told no left and right. I've sat in on many conversations, not only with students, but with staff and advisors as well, trying to brainstorm different ways to hold events safely with Connecticut state guidelines in place. It can be done, and it has been done. At the end of our junior year last May, we were forced to take it upon ourselves to hold an event to celebrate our class without any support from our school system. We did it mindfully and safely. All that we ask as students is the chance to live and enjoy a normal high school experience. Time is running out for us seniors, and we don't want to miss out on any more moments our high school experience has to offer. As a voice for all my peers, I'm asking you to please reconsider your decision to block our senior year events and instead help us safely and thoughtfully enjoy as normal a year as possible. Thank you.
Thank you, Olivia. The next person signed up is Morgan Saunders.
Hi, my name is Morgan Saunders, and I'm a senior at Norwalk High School. I'm here on behalf of my senior class to talk about our emotional and mental health. COVID has done a number on our class. A couple of weeks ago, it was the first time the whole entire school has been in the building since March of 2019. Just think about that. That is half of my high school career. The time that we were home, I was depressed, I was hopeless, I felt invisible. Nothing I could say or do mattered. Everything around me was being shut down. Things started to brighten up. Over the summer, things started going back to normal. But why is it that when we go back to school, I still feel trapped? I still feel invisible. How is it that we still feel trapped and unwanted? We have advisory every Thursday to to talk about our emotional and mental health, but honestly, I feel like no one even cares. No one cares that I spent the last 2 years of my high school experience in my bedroom. No one cares that we had to fight our way into trying to get into college from our own room. The mental stress and the mental toll that was put on us was beyond anything you could feel unless you were us. We are fighting for our social events to be put back into place so that our mental health can be reformed. Give us our light back. Give us invisibility by showing us you care what we are saying. Give us school dances, give us pep rallies, give us our high school experience. Thank you.
Thank you, Morgan. And next we have another Morgan Minoff.
Good evening, board members and Dr. Estrella. My name is Morgan Minoff and I am a senior at Norwalk High School. I would like to speak about something I think is very important in student social emotional learning. Last year, when our junior prom was canceled due to COVID, I saw how it affected my peers and others in my grade. Having our prom taken away when other activities, like some going back into school full-time and senior prom still allowed, was very upsetting. Since the COVID rates were down, and since I knew how many of my classmates were upset about the canceled prom, I asked my parents if they'd support me in hosting a ball. With the help of some friends and a great group of parents who are some here are today, we were able to host a dance. I did my best to involve as many classmates as possible, and those that were able to go said it was amazing. Everyone who came was either vaccinated or PCR tested, so Birch Ball was definitely a safe and mask-free event that had no COVID case outcomes. As you saw in the presentation of the Norwalk Youth Survey by Mr. Pennington, 73% of students felt stressed, and only 39% felt connected to other students at school. And I think that has something to do with the social activities that were not allowed to happen. I'm asking on behalf of myself and many of my classmates that you really consider the social emotional learning effects of not allowing a fall formal and all social events for my senior class at Norwalk High School. Thank you.
Thank you, Morgan. These are all the members of the public who signed up to offer comments. I just want to make sure that's nobody else was here to comment. And once, twice, anybody online?
This one.
Claudia, speak if you like.
Go ahead, Claudia. Claudia, if you're there, now's your time to speak.
Buenas noches. Yo les agradezco toda la información que están ofreciendo, muy interesante, muy importante para nosotros los padres. Pero en el link que me mandaron, me decían que esta reunión era para hablar sobre el horario de clases. Entonces, no sé si estoy en la reunión correcta o estoy en otra reunión.
We're running late, Claudia.
Señora Martínez, esa reunión comienza a las 7:45. Si se queda conectada y espera un ratito, vamos a comenzar esa parte de la reunión.
Ok, muy importante, les agradezco. Y sobre lo emocional de los muchachos, creo que sí es bueno el tener relación con las demás personas, es importantísimo que nuestros hijos socialicen, porque como individuos es necesario que nosotros nos comuniquemos unos a otros, pero creo que también tenemos que ser un poco, tomar en consideración, ¿verdad? Que la epidemia es seria y yo sé que vienen fiestas, que vienen cosas que los muchachos les gusta y es bueno, pero estamos en un tiempo donde creo yo que tenemos que sabernos manejar. si se aprobaran las dichosas fiestas, los bailes que vienen y todo lo demás, creo que sería necesario que todos los muchachos sean exigidos vacunados, porque si nosotros tenemos este nuevo rebrote de COVID, creo que es porque algunos hemos accedido a la vacuna y otros no.
Gracias, Claudia.
Gracias.
Thank you, Claudia.
Gracias a ustedes.
And there's one more, Ralph?
Yes, good evening. I just want to make sure, is this the opportunity to speak about the time change for the schools?
No, not yet, Francoise. We are going to be starting that in about 5 minutes.
Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you. Do we have one more comment on the workshop? Please come on up.
About what?
Oh, okay. All right. So everybody's ready to start talking about the start times. So without further ado, absolutely. Oh, Dr. Estrella?
So I just wanted to say, for those scholars that are here today, thank you for being here today. We have been looking at the mitigating structures that we have to put in place to make sure that you have an outstanding senior year. We learned a lot last year from the opportunities that we offered our graduates. And based from those learning experiences, we want to make sure that in accordance to the new regulations that are in place, that we look at ways that we can provide a great senior year for you. I know Ms. Sandra Feo has been working around this piece with your school principal, and we will be in touch soon. So I received your letter, and I just want to acknowledge that, and you have not been forgotten. We're just looking at ways in which we can do this safely.
Thank you, Dr. Estrella. Thank you for the wonderful presentations tonight. Thank you for the very thoughtful comments from the public, especially our young students. And without further ado, all in favor of, do we need to vote? It's a workshop, so it's a workshop. So we can adjourn the workshop, take a 2-minute break, and then start our special meeting on school start times. Thank you, everyone. Okay. Sorry, that was a short break, but we are excited to get started on the special meeting, not that every meeting isn't special. And so at 8:02, I will call to order our special meeting to review arrival and dismissal traffic delays and possible action on school bell times. We will start again with the Pledge of Allegiance. Do we have another video or not? Okay, this time we have to say it. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty, and justice for all. Okay, thank you everybody for bearing with us. We're calling the special meeting to order. Again, I'm Board Chair Colin Hostin, joined by Godfrey Azima, Dana Carpio, and Mike Barbas here at Pona STEAM Academy, and Suzanne Kurashetz, Heidi Keys, and Sarah Lemieux on Zoom. Board member Sherelle Harris, I think, is also attending tonight's council meeting, so doing double duty. Tonight, we are going to review and take possible action on arrival and dismissal traffic delays and possible action on school bell times. We want to start tonight inviting anybody who would like to make a comment from the public there's a sign-up sheet. Thanks, Brenda. Just as a reminder, for anybody who's making a comment, please state your full name and address for the record. And because we anticipate robust participation tonight, if we can, thank you, limit our comments to 3 minutes, I will just clear my throat when you're getting close. And I'd like to start with Lynn Moore.
My name is Lynn Moore. I reside at 813 Foxborough Drive, Norwalk, Connecticut. I am president of the Norwalk Association of School Administrators. NASA is a member of the Board of Education Coalition of Unions, which means that NASA collaborates with the leadership of other BOE unions. The position of NASA is that the district consider returning the high schools to the start time of 7:30 a.m. We realize that it is not that simple, and as a result, while the middle schools could likely remain with their current start time, some elementaries would need to revert to their start time of the 1920 school year. At the high school level, students are losing instructional time. Some buses arrive as late as 9:30. And with block 1 ending at 9:35, students will participate in only 23 minutes of instruction. Also, students who are on sports teams often leave at 2 or 2:15 or 2:30, meaning that with block 4 beginning at 1:46, some students could only receive 15 minutes of instruction. Whichever plan the BOE votes upon, employees and families will need time to adjust their childcare and work schedules. One recommendation is to officially begin the change at the end of the first interim marking period of October 5th, and that there be flexibility if an employee needs a few additional days to respond to a start time change. Ryan Loris, who is president of the custodial and security units, could not be here tonight, and he does also agree with the fact of our recommendation as a coalition of changing the high school start time to 7:30. So I just want to thank you for allowing us to speak tonight.
Thank you, Lynn. Our next speaker is Hope Coles.
Good evening, honorable members of the Board of Education, Superintendent Australia, and fellow colleagues. My name is Hope Coles, and I am the president of the Norwalk Federation of Educational Personnel. I am speaking on behalf of over 400 non-certified staff members, paraeducators, and school-related personnel that work in service of students of the city of Norwalk. I also stand here as a member of the Coalition of Union Leaders who are united around this decision to change school start times. Change in school start times not only impact students, but also impacts the staff that are present to support those students and Norwalk residents. Making changes to school start times mean that many of my members must work quickly to arrange childcare and supports for the people and their families. We ask that the board consider the following. Revert school hours only. We know what commutes and times look like with this schedule because this was a schedule that has been implemented years ago to high school start times at 7:30. Keep middle and elementary school start times. Do not change these times. Allow for a 3-week implementation period. If there are individuals who need more time to adjust, offer those folks on a case-by-case basis additional time. Thank you for all taking the time to consider the needs of our students, staff, and Norwalk residents. Thank you.
Thank you, Hope. Next is Mary Jordan.
Good evening, Mary Jordan, 9 Mott Avenue, with the Norwalk Federation of Teachers. The NFT membership had a lot to say in the recent NFT survey concerning changes in school hours and the impact on teachers and students. After reviewing the data and comments, it seems clear that most teachers, whether high school, middle school, or elementary, are less happy with the current situation stemming from the changes in schedule elected in 2019, but not fully implemented with the whole student body and faculty until this year due to COVID. At all levels, as we know, traffic is snarled, roads getting into and out of school, arrival and dismissal, students are late, they're dismissed late, and they're impacting their instructional time. Athletes, additionally impacted. Teachers have increased their commute time, sometimes by more than 50% daily, leaving less time for family and personal obligations. Although high school start times were pushed back to allow students more sleep, students and teachers report they have to leave for school at the same time as previously to avoid traffic and arrive before classes begin. High school students are unable to care for younger siblings after school. On the elementary level, teachers say the later start time is toughest on the youngest learners who need a nap in the afternoon. They report they have made complicated arrangements for their families in order to accommodate the new schedule. And if the schedule is further revised, they will have difficulty making necessary child and elder care changes. We have lost good teachers due to the new schedule. When it is changed again, we will likely lose more. We need to do this carefully and cautiously. More than anything else, our members express that the obvious thing here is to return to the early high school start time. I speak with the Board of Education Union's coalition in supporting this. To be really clear, we have members who support an earlier start time in elementary. We have members who are despairing of later start times in middle school. There are individualized impacts with every change, with every scenario that present anxiety-provoking dilemmas, no matter what change is proposed. I'll end with a quote from a member. This time change has had nothing but a negative impact, and it will continue to do so until it is changed back. Thank you.
Thank you, Mary. Next, we have Joseph Jandukar.
Good evening, Joseph Janderko, 9 Mott Avenue. Teachers are grappling with the new proposed start times with amazement, distress, and dismay. We've made our arrangements for this new school year, put together our childcare, our graduate courses, and other after-school activities with care to center around families and other professional obligations. With as much as a 1-hour shift, some teachers are able to shrug this off, some will buckle down and figure out new childcare, and some will leave the district. Just like the last time when we implemented the new high school start schedules, we lost good people before and we will lose good people again. It is a lot to put people through, and now that school has started, NFT members are in crisis mode as we are trying to plan again around families and needs during the start time change. We need 3 weeks or more of lead time to find childcare, placements, and new staff members must be allowed to transfer to other buildings if there is a vacancy with a schedule that works better for them. They need to be able to leave the district without the 30-day hold. We don't want to lose more people, but we are going to lose more people. Big, bold initiatives are exciting, but the implementation takes a toll when important elements haven't been thought through. I stood before you for years complaining that too much is being thrown at us because that was true. And this time, this new big initiative has caught more than just teachers in its wake. Parents, neighbors, and employees are all caught up in the traffic standstill, bearing the brunt of poor planning. The implementation of start times is no better conceived and implemented than that of middle school redesign, which has wrecked certain important aspects of middle school that we are still grappling with today. Thank you.
Thanks, Joe. Next, we have Diurker Tavares. Sorry if I mispronounced that. Tavares, thank you.
Everyone, good evening. My name is Diurka Tavares. I'm at 34 Paradiso Street. I'm just a parent. Just a parent that is affected by the transportation, the hours that it takes my daughter standing at the bus station, at the bus stop. This is my first year for my child attending school in Norwalk. Immediately when I found out her bus stop, I had a panic attack. I called the transportation department. I sent email to the Board of Ed asking for a change. It's in a very mobile area. There's a lot of construction site, a lot of buses, a lot of trucks, a lot of heavy machinery. She's 5-year-old. The other issue is, since school started, I've been standing at the bus station, at the bus stop. From 8:30, her bus is supposed to come by at around 8:40. The bus is coming through at 9:10. By the time I make it to Stanford, I'm 1 hour and 45 minutes late. It's affecting me at work because I have to come up with a way to make up that 1 hour and 45 minutes. And then in the afternoon, I have to leave work early again because she has to make it to the bus stop. And when I'm there, I'm usually waiting another 45 to an hour. I got 4 kids. So I would really appreciate it if you guys, the Board of Ed, the people that handle the transportation could do something about it. I'm the one voice standing here, but I know that there's other parents behind me being affected the same way. And I just want you guys to really look into changing the hours that best fits the school district for Norwalk and the bus transportation. Something has to be done. Thank you and have a blessed evening.
Thank you, Deirdre. Next, we have Bob Klein.
Good evening. My name is Bob Klein and I reside at 274 Richards Avenue in Norwalk. I'm a native of Norwalk and graduated from Brian McMahon in 1978. I also have 2 grandsons that will be attending the Norwalk Public Schools. I have concerns about the options I read regarding the transportation and start times for the Norwalk Public Schools. First, I'd like to note that the changing of elementary and middle school start times will not change the fact that student athletes will continue to miss instructional time with their fourth block class. Presently, they must leave school earlier than dismissal time to compete with districts that continue to use traditional school start and end times. Also, if a high school teacher is a coach, he or she must leave early, leaving a substitute to implement their lessons for the fourth block. As we all know, instruction is compromised to a degree when the certified teacher is not present. Students who care for younger siblings may have to wake up as early as they did in 2019. Many high school students help their families by caring for their younger siblings before and after school. The new dismissal times may leave younger siblings without childcare for at least an hour after school. I understand that some fourth and fifth graders wait for the bus on their own. However, in winter, I would not want my 9-year-old grandson waiting in the dark for a bus to arrive at 6:45 a.m. in freezing weather. My 15-year-old grandson, well, he can wait. I did. I'd like to point out that presently, due to the high school start times changing, student work hours have been cut. Students under 18 can't work past 10 p.m. and students who work must now start work later due to school dismissal is later. Many families rely on their teenagers' wages to make ends meet. When faced with the decision of going to school, buying food, paying rent, these families may decide work is more important and leave school for the younger siblings. Reverting to the school start times that were in place during my entire lifetime would alleviate many of these problems and perhaps impact fewer families. Unfortunately, the former administration and the Board of Education decided to change start times prior to the focus groups that were held. The charge to the committee was not if later start times should occur, but how. The change of school start times was made with minimal parent input, especially those that speak limited English or lower socioeconomic conditions. In addition, I'm not aware of any traffic study that would show the impact these new start times would have on our neighbors that live near our schools. In a school system that is emphasizing equity, it doesn't seem as though we are looking out for the needs of all our students and their families. Thank you.
Next, we have Juliana Solis.
Hi, my name is Juliana Solis. I live at 7 Winfield. I would like to read an email that I actually had sent you guys yesterday, I believe. When you decided to change the times to 8:30 to 3:15, a lot of students spoke out against it, and I believe you didn't listen that closely and already had your minds made up, which I don't believe is right because your decision impacted students. My best friend has to miss 2 AP stat classes in a row due to sports because of this time change. She has a test next week and she has missed 2 full lessons. And now she is stressing. She goes to bed at maybe 2 a.m. every night because she's studying, because she didn't get that important class time that she needed. Students are going to bed an hour later, which defeats the whole purpose of changing the start times. I had started a petition that people were signing to change the start times back to 7:30, which I had actually emailed Dr. Estrella. Currently, as of 7 p.m., it had 1,211 people's signatures on it that wanted this change. I would like to read a few of the comments that were put on it. My high schoolers miss way too much class time. It's unacceptable that they miss key instructional time to participate in these athletics and do what they love. And because they have to make up the work they miss and do the homework, the extra sleep they should be getting is non-existent. High school start times should return back to what they were. These teenagers pick up and babysit younger siblings. Those who play sports are missing a lot of school and are struggling to keep up in last period. They shouldn't have to choose between sports and school. I know a lot of the swim team, they had to leave at 7:30 the other day, missing entirely the 4th period and some of 3rd. 2 of them are now failing their 4th period class because they couldn't get in work and now they have to make it up. Yeah, that's all I really had to say.
Thank you, Juliana. And finally, we have signed up Gloria Niederer.
Good evening, everyone. Gloria Niederer, 36 Pedham Road. Members of the Board of Education and Dr. Estrella. The proposed time changes to elementary and middle schools are just too harsh at this time for the mere appeasement of a study promulgating later start times for high schoolers, many of which do not even want to go to school at 8:30 for a variety of valid reasons. For example, some high schoolers miss class to attend sports. Some are not able to get jobs that they need because they get out of school too late. Some can't be there to pick up their younger siblings at school to help out working families. While 9:00 a.m. isn't an ideal time either, elementary kids should not have to go to school at 7:30 to make it all fit. Imagine an elementary school child in the winter walking and waiting at a bus stop in the dark at 6:50 a.m. Not only is this dangerous physically, but mentally as well. As if this last year hasn't been depressing enough already, let's not give our youngest students these burdens to add to their already fragile state. Please look at the vast number of studies and articles by health professionals discussing the fragile mental state our children are in due to the pandemic. If we really want it to be a level playing field for all kids in Norwalk, we'd set reasonable and equal start times for all, including taking into account the real life challenges Norwalk high schoolers are now facing. From the beginning, I have been against the high school start time proposal, not because I deny the science behind it, but because we could not afford to fairly implement it. In the end, these drastic time changes to elementary and middle schools are unfair to both students and parents who have set their routines and now rely on them. Paid before or after school care, carpools, enrichment after school lessons, religion classes have all been set for this school year, especially with what these kids all had to endure and still have to endure with this pandemic. Changes to how they learn and how they socialize. Why are we asking these children to change their schedules and get out of their comfort zone again to appease a high school start time that most of the high schoolers and their parents don't even want? I'm frustrated that I have to tell my elementary child that he may have to go to school an hour and a half or an hour earlier, and I honestly don't have a good reason to give him as to why this is happening. I do know his anxieties will increase. Unfortunately, this was not a well thought out plan, and now it's not an acceptable one for all of our kids' mental health and well-being. It's time we find another solution because these two proposals are unacceptable. That solution is bringing high schools back to 7:30. Thank you.
Thank you, Gloria. Those were the people we had signed up in person, but I know we have some attendees who are here remotely. And I'd like to introduce first Francoise. Please state your full name and address and limit your comments to 3 minutes.
Thank you. My name is Francoise Darastel Ledger. I live at 48 Oxford Street in Hartford, Connecticut. Yes, I said Hartford. So I am a teacher for Norwalk Public Schools. So my son is able to attend Norwalk Public Schools because I'm a teacher there. So it's special circumstances. So here's the thing. He's in middle school. I work at an elementary school. We leave our home at about 6:30 in the morning, every morning, so that we can get to Norwalk Public Schools, so I can drop him off at school and then I continue to work. Because of the pandemic, and because of COVID restrictions and everything, he's not allowed in the building where I work. So that would mean that if the start times change, he would have to stand outside somewhere or outside of his school until he's able to be, allowed into the building. While I would have to go to work a lot earlier. So we'd probably have to leave the house at maybe 5 in the morning. So the thing is, what I've discovered in our commute, is that a lot of the traffic is due to construction. And I'm hoping and I'm thinking that the road construction will not last forever. there's a great deal of, so that is definitely a factor. I also feel that, and not feel, but I also know that there are parents who have children who attend the middle schools, the elementary schools with, multiple children, multiple siblings, and even the high schools. And it's a community. And just the same way that I had to, as a parent, had to figure out how to navigate the different roads to, see where traffic was, where there wasn't construction. I made it to work safely and on time. And I made it to my son's school safely and on time. And I think about the other families, the other parents who have these struggles. But I feel that there's, things are set in place. There's after school programs that have already been set in place. And I feel that this is not, to change the times now is not something that would be something to consider at this point. So that's all I have to say. Thank you for allowing me to speak.
Thank you, Francoise. Get to the next speaker. Gemny? Gem-Ny? Okay, looks like Gemny is not unmuting. If we can go to the next speaker, Laura. We can come back to Gemny.
Hi, good evening. My name is Laura Garcia. I live in 297 Eli Avenue, Norwalk, Connecticut. I'm speaking here as a parent. I have two kids, one in elementary school and the other one in middle school. My 6 years old, he's in first grade. He wake up at 6:30 already because take a lot of time to take a shower, brush his teeth, make breakfast. I'm a work mom. My husband works to 9-10 hours a day. So I have both of my kids in after the Bell program. And I pick them up around 5:30, 6 sometimes. So imagine that my kid have to stay there for 2 hours, he's waking up at 6 a.m. right now, 6:30. Imagine if he want to start at 7:30, 7:45, he needs to wake up at 5:30. Sometimes he take the bus. Imagine in the winter, in the dark, my 6 years old waiting for the bus, waking up that early. I think it's not the right decision to change the time for elementary and middle school. I think the better decision is to change only high school. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Laura. David McCarthy, you're next.
Hello, my name is David McCarthy, reside at 35 Fox Run Road in Norwalk. I won't say too much more than that's already been said, but the proposed change to the Fox Run start time would be the third such change in the Fox Run start time in the last 3 years. If you go to the chart on page 9 of the document that was sent out, Fox Run used to open at 8 a.m. in 2019. That was then changed to 9:15 a.m. for this year, and now may be changed back to 7:45 with the proposed change. So obviously, that is an unusual amount of change in a start time for one school, and it is affecting parents. It affects our ability to get our kids to school on time. It affects our ability to handle and juggle our work commitments, our after-school commitments, and to do it in the middle of the school year after it's already been done once before in the last year is just a lot for us to take. So I would strongly urge you to consider not making a change at this point in the school year. I doubt that Fox Run is the only school that's affected, but it's the one that I have seen directly. Thank you.
Thank you, David. Next, we have Adriana. Is it Adriana?
Hello.
Go ahead, Adriana. We can hear you.
Oh, hi. Thank you. My name is Adriana Nasi, and I'm at 31 King Street in Norwalk. So I'm obviously not affected by the congestion because I live on the school street that my child attends. But it just seems to me like a very impractical solution to congestion. So if the problem is congestion on the streets, it seems like adjusting the time will only shift that congestion. So it seems like increasing bus service would alleviate the congestion problem. And also I've been hearing other parents talk about late buses, etc. So that might alleviate that problem as well. That's my comment.
Thank you, Adriana.
Thank you.
Next, we have Ileana Zuniga.
Good evening. My name is Ileana Zuniga. I live in 8 Running Brook Lane, and I am a parent of a middle school kid and a high school kid. I am one of the lucky parents that is able to drive both of my kids to school in the morning, not by choice, but because the buses have been running 45 minutes late every day. I was never supportive of a change of start time for high schoolers, and I can attest that kids do not get more sleep because of this change. They go to sleep later because they feel that they get more sleep in later on. One of the reasons traffic is so bad is because many parents like me are opting to drive instead of using the buses. My high school student will kill me if he knows that I am advocating to return school start time at 7:30 a.m. But I honestly think the only way to fix this traffic mess is to return to the older start times. I hate the idea of my son waiting at the bus stop at 6:30 a.m. in the winter, but I would hate it even more to imagine elementary school kids waiting at that time in the dark. Please consider returning only the high school times back to where they were. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ileana. Next, we have Natasha M.
Hello, my name is Natasha Medina. I'm at 25 Chapel Street, and I'm basically think that, as everyone else who spoke, that the high school time should go back. I don't believe that it's beneficial for the whole community to switch the starting times of the school. And it's not only affecting the individual students, but the whole family. And as I hear on the line, also faculty. I know the issue is that some children are getting to school late, and that's unfair to those children. And that's why I think that the times for high schoolers should go back. Many high schoolers, like Minnie said, have to reduce hours for after school jobs, or they're getting less instruction at school if they participate in sports. And some high schoolers help babysit younger siblings while their parents may still be at work. So that's also affecting the socioeconomic standing of the family. And it's unfair for the elementary school students to switch their schedules now that school's already started to 7:45, since many studies show from the American Academy of Sleep that children actually need more sleep than teenagers. I personally am a student at University of Bridgeport, and I have 2 elementary school and a middle school, and I have to be there at 9 o'clock. And if the school time for middle schoolers were to change, I don't know how I would get to school. It's not like I could tell my professors I can't come in. Can I switch my schedule? Because it's not employment, it's school that I go to myself. So I feel like it's more harm than benefits, and that how many signatures I've seen that were sent and how many people it's affecting, I think that the time should be switched back. Thank you.
Thank you, Natasha. Next, we have Yasmin Saldana.
Hi, good evening. I'm on 80 County Street. I live right in front of the high school, and getting out of my driveway never been so crazy before. I've been here for 10 years, and last week I spent 40 minutes, less than a mile, just to get inside my driveway. Getting out is just crazy. I had 3 kids. 2 of them, one goes to elementary school, the other one is in middle school. We already had to leave the house early, not only because of the start time of the kids, but because of the traffic of the Norwalk High School. And it only been like that this year because of the change for the high schoolers. My neighbors who doesn't have any kids, they are already, everybody's frustrated because of the big traffic that Norwalk High School is, it been created because of the time change. I would really appreciate if you guys consider just changing the high school back to 7:30 and not elementary and middle school. Thank you.
Thank you, Yasmin. Next, we have Anna Tabakchak.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yep, go ahead, Anna.
Okay. Hi, my name is Anna Tabashnik. I live at 11 Myrtle Street. My daughter is in kindergarten, and we recently moved to the Norwalk area. I've had a really hard time figuring out and adjusting to the bus schedule. We aren't familiar with the location. We weren't told what bus she was assigned to or what stop she would go to. It was just a list of intersections with no map. Once we've eventually figured it out, honey bun, hold on one second. The bus can show up within any time within an hour, right? And the bus will drop her off between 3:55 and 5:15 on any given day. She sometimes is asleep when the bus gets to her stop. And this is only again today. This only works. This only works right now because I am working from home and I am privileged enough to have a very flexible job. But eventually I'm going to go back to the office, and I know most parents don't have that much flexibility. So my ask is that you put the start times wherever they need to be so that there's an actual schedule that is predictable. And making the bus tracking app not turn on until 2 weeks after the start of school made things really hard for new parents. There. That's okay. We're almost done. Say hello. Just say hello quickly. Okay, bye. Thank you so much for letting us share.
Thank you, Anna and Anna's child. Next, we have Mandy.
Hi, yes, thank you. My name is Mandy Singh. I live at 73 North Sear Hill Road in Norwalk. I have 3 children who are currently all elementary school students. The school start time is an important issue to my family.
Hello.
Oh, you can't hear me? Hi, you can't hear me? You can't hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay. My name's Mandy Singh. I live at 73 North Sear Hill Road in Norwalk. I have 3 children in elementary school, and the school start time is an important issue to my family. I followed it very closely when the Board of Ed first formed the start time committee and held focus groups several years ago. I attended every focus group meeting. Given how much time and thought was put into our current plan, I am shocked and disappointed that the Board of Ed is now considering a new plan after just a few weeks of school. That a new plan that could potentially result in some elementary schools starting an hour earlier than they currently do on only a few weeks' notice. Frankly, this is outrageous. The sleep specialist on Norwalk Start Time Committee was adamant that all students need adequate sleep to succeed, and that even elementary school students should not be starting school before 8 a.m. Yet the Board of Ed is now considering a proposal where the majority of elementary schools would be starting at 7:45 a.m. And that's the late bell, mind you. The first bell would be at 7:30 a.m. If the board approves this plan, it will be sacrificing the sleep needs of our youngest students. While younger children may have an earlier circadian rhythm, they also need more total hours of sleep than older children. They are also less independent and require more time to get ready in the morning and to transition to school. A kindergartner, for example, cannot wake up, get ready, eat breakfast, and be out the door in 30 minutes like a typical high schooler can. This new proposal will simply shift the sleep deprivation problem from adolescents to our elementary school students instead of eliminating it. This proposal seems like a poorly thought out knee-jerk reaction to some typical start of the year busing and traffic adjustments. While this year may be somewhat more extreme, my memory is that the first 2 weeks of school are always somewhat of a disaster with busing. For the schools where drop-off traffic is particularly a problem, surely some less disruptive solution can be reached that does not involve moving up some elementary school start times by an entire hour and moving middle school start times back by an hour. After the school year has already started, families have already made their schedules and childcare plans for the year. I urge you to please not rubber stamp this plan and instead demand a better solution for our students and our families. Thanks so much for your time.
Thank you, Mandy. Next, we have Nora King.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead, Nora.
Hi, good evening, everybody. The school year hasn't gotten off to a good start on many issues this year. I'm very disappointed on what's going on now with the school times. I feel like the Board of Ed and the administration does not have their act together. They're not focused on the academics of our children. They're focused on all these other things like moving school breaks, moving start times with children. I went and asked my kids and read the schedule to them and to a bunch of friends after I saw this. Most of the kids preferred the March break that are in athletic programs. You moved that. You're not focused on the academics, you're focused on this type of stuff. And now you're wanting to mess with the kids' schedules. I mean, I personally thought Rowayton Elementary was a long school day for kids, but they seem to be doing a good job with it. But as the kids get older, they play sports, and you want your kids to play sports. You want them to be involved in activities. You want them to be productive. You want them to be able to manage their schedules. You want them to be able to give them some responsibility, whether that's to pick up a younger sibling, watch a younger sibling, manage how they're going to get to their sports and get their homework done. What you've done now is academically made the kids that need that time after the school, you've taken it away and made their school day longer. You rudely only gave us two options that suited your needs, not our children's needs, the taxpayers' needs, the parents' needs. And you basically didn't take what the kids want or in any kind of input from that. That survey you did, both surveys you did with the break in March and with this break were poorly written. They led nowhere. I almost didn't want to do it because I thought the survey made no sense at all. And as somebody who has a master's in strategic planning and marketing, I do know about surveys. So, the kids do not want the later start times. They want to be able to go to school, learn, not have to miss classes. So they have to make stuff up, and they want to be able to play their sports. And they don't want to have to be up till 11, 12 o'clock at night doing their homework because you've now decided to let them out at 3:30 in the afternoon and they've got to do homework and everything else that's in there. And I want to address the bus issue. As someone who lives in Rowayton, my kids often took the bus, even though we were close to the school, because buses are not that full. And it was better than pushing the traffic into the school. Like all the kids in our neighborhood would go and meet, and they drop the kids at the closest bus stop, and then the kids would ride in, and then they would ride home. Now you've made it hard because you have bus passes, you have all these rules, you have all these regulations with it. And it's fine when you guys decided to do that, we just pulled out of the bus scene, but now we have, we either can walk or we drive and we have to drop off. And, you know, things like the school patrol were dissolved and now it's back. But you have parents that go through the drop-off line that are not moving. The teachers are all standing out there, usually not helping, not directing. I mean, what's the point of having teachers stand out front if they're not helping? And it is not our SRO's job to be sitting there directing traffic. The SRO thing is turned into a total debacle this year. And, you know, when the police were there and they were at the school, people wouldn't stand there and like wait for their kid to get out of school or to be blocking 2 lanes of traffic. The police, he was there and they weren't going to do it in front of him. And now, you know, I've had a phone stolen, a fist fight between 2 9-year-olds broke out today. And, you know, you want to talk about why the buses are a mess. It's because parents aren't allowed to do that, number one. Number two is that there's nobody streaming people when they get to these schools. It's an absolute disgrace that people like Barbara Meyer Mitchell and who's no longer on the board and Erica De Palma controlled how these became a priority in our school system. It's changing of start times, changing of vacations. You know what I want to say to everybody? You're all elected and you're paid for by the taxpayers. Get your focus on educating our kids. They have lost a lot. Stop letting Deanna tell us what we're going to do for social activities.
Thank you, Nora. We're almost 5 minutes.
You know, get the act together. We have a chairman of the board who has no experience running this stuff.
All right, thank you. We do have to move on, Nora. I apologize, but I thank you for your contribution. Amy Brassard is next.
Hello?
Go ahead, Amy.
Hey, I'm Amy Brassard. I'm on Cottontail Road. My children go to Brookside Elementary School, and I am all for the high school children start time to be at 7:30 in the morning because I have to leave my house at least a half hour, 20 minutes early because the traffic is horrendous on Highland because you have the elementary school, the middle school, and the high school all on the same road. So I have to leave early so I can be on time to work. So I sit in the parking lot with my children so I can drop them off, get in my car, and then do a mad dash to work. Before I can just drive there in less than 5 minutes, park the car, drop the kids off, and get in and go. In the afternoon, I have to get my children early. So I won't be stuck in the traffic. And I guess like a babysitter because I have to get my children at 3 and he can't do it. So that's just my concern of the traffic. And I don't think my children should go to school at 7:45 in the morning because they're 5-year-old and a 3-year-old. So thank you for listening to me.
Thank you, Amy. Next, we have Naisha.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Hi, so I sent an email earlier today and I appreciate the couple of board members who had responded. So I'm coming here tonight as a parent, a resident, and then just a part of the community. I live on 14 Jing Street, and to get off of my street in the morning, I can't. It's right off Strawberry Hill. It takes me 15 minutes to get off of my street. So I'm constantly, I have to leave a little early, and if I can't because I have a 4-year-old and I'm getting ready for daycare, I'm extremely late to work. That's one. Speaking of the 4-year-old, he attends NECC. He's SPED. He goes 2 times a week on Tuesdays and Thursdays in the afternoon. Right now, his bus picks him up from daycare at 12 o'clock so he can get there at 12:30. With this time change, because that is the elementary school, he will have to be picked up at that school at 11:15. He won't be able to eat lunch because, who's eating lunch at 10:45? Because he's getting services and it's only a 3-hour program, they don't have a lunch period at NECC. So is he not to eat on Tuesdays and Thursdays? Or if they do now with the change, have a lunch period, does he miss out on his special ed services? I don't even know which ones to choose because both are extremely important. And then 3, as a part of the community of the sometimes unrepresented, if these elementary schools go to 7:45 and now these parents who are, working parents, and some can barely make ends meet here in Norwalk, having to pay for after school. Some places like, the Carver, After the Bell, maybe even Achieve. If they have to hire people to come in earlier, who's gonna pay for that? The parents are gonna have to, and they probably can't even afford what they're paying now, and now we're gonna have them pay more. So yeah, that's it. That's all I want to say tonight.
Thank you, Naisha. Next, we have Claudia Martinez.
Buenas noches.
Go ahead, Claudia.
Buenas noches.
Sigue.
Buenas noches, mi nombre es Claudia Martínez, vivo en la 58 Stuart Avenue. Mi hijo es parte de PITEC y yo como mamá quiero expresarles a la señora Estrella y a toda su junta directiva que con el horario que estamos ahorita trabajando no les ayuda a nuestros estudiantes, porque recordemos que estamos formando a los futuros profesionales. ¿Y qué estamos haciendo ahorita con estos cambios de horario, entradas tardes, ayudándoles tal vez a no formar una disciplina? Recordemos que nosotros ahorita estamos formando a estos muchachos. La familia y la escuela tienen que ir de la mano para formar una disciplina en nuestros estudiantes. Yo creo que el horario que estamos manejando ahorita no es conveniente para nuestros estudiantes. ¿Por qué? Porque si esto ayudara, yo dijera, para que los niños se durmieran más temprano, pero no, todo lo contrario. Porque con esta nueva era de las redes sociales, nuestros hijos gastan mucho tiempo en las redes sociales. Entonces no creo yo que el tiempo, estos niños que lo usan como para descansar, yo creo que es necesario que volvamos al horario de 7:30 de la mañana para nuestros hijos de secundaria, porque estamos formándolos para un futuro universitario, un futuro profesional que va a tener que ser responsable de un horario. 2, en mi caso, muy de cerca, tengo una familiar que en el año escolar 19-20 salimos temprano, cuando sale temprano el bus, que teníamos el horario anterior, a ella alguien en la parada del bus, alguien la cicla al carro y estamos que es hora de día, una hora temprana. ¿Se imaginan ahorita saliendo de noche en esas paradas de buses que a los niños les toca y a las niñas les toca caminar más lejos? Entonces creo que tenemos que traer a consideración muchos aspectos. No es bueno el horario que tenemos, no solo por el tráfico, vemos a familias afectadas porque se están tomando gastos, más gastos, gente que le toca ir a dejar a sus niños, pagar para que sus niños los recojan o los pongan en el bus escolar porque ellos tienen que entrar a trabajar. Entonces, creo, señor Estrella, allí con toda su junta directiva, que es necesario que volvamos al horario anterior. Muchísimas gracias por su atención.
Just to translate for the public what she articulated, she is concerned about the current schedule. She believes the current schedule does not work. She believes we have a responsibility to prepare our children who are the future professionals. And in order to do so, we need to develop their ability to be disciplined and maintaining an early schedule. Based on the current interaction of the youth with social media, the likelihood of students going to bed earlier is highly unlikely. She believes that we should return to the 7:30 start time. She re-emphasized the importance of students developing the responsibility of maintaining their schedule and believe that the later times create opportunities for students to leave school in the dark, and that in itself creates safety concerns. Many families have experienced financial hardships as a result of this new start time because many have to go to work or students have other responsibilities. She then re-emphasized that she is in support of the 7:30 start time and she wishes us to consider.
Thank you, Dr. Estrella. Thank you, Claudia. Next, we have Astrid. Astrid, are you there? Can she unmute you, Ralph, or no? Oh, okay. Okay, I think we may not have Astrid. We can go on to Lindsay Caruso.
My name is Lindsay Caruso. I live at 49 Myrtle Street Extension, Norwalk, Connecticut. I'm a junior at Norwalk High School, and 2 years ago when the high school start time change was being debated, I stood against changing the start time to 8:30, and that is still where I stand today. My freshman year, I experienced the 7:30 start time, and last year and this year, I've experienced the 8:30 start time. I have heard from many of my fellow students and from the teachers at Norwalk High that this is very unpopular. We all enjoy getting out an hour earlier, and it is difficult for us to get there at 8:30 due to the traffic on Strawberry Hill, as well as more parents are unable to drop their students off because they have to get to work. Whereas at 7:30, it was easier for a lot of parents to drop their students off. This means that students are having to leave their house at basically the same time they would with a 7:30 start time, but instead we're increasing the amount of time between when students leave their house in the morning and when they get home in the afternoon, which in my opinion is essentially the same thing as making the school day longer. And so it's essentially the same thing as making the school day longer, which means that it gives students less time to be able to do their homework, which is going to result in them getting less sleep. Changing the start time back an hour also just meant that we would be doing everything an hour later. And, whether that be our homework, our after school activities, or, anything, we'd stay up an hour later. And it might just be for the most teenager reason that exists, just because we could, because that's why teenagers do things, is because they can. So I encourage you to consider moving the start time back to 7:30 and the school end time back to 2:15 like it was in the 2019-2020 school year. Thank you.
Thank you, Lindsay. Is Astrid back? Astrid, are you back? Okay, let's go on to Stu. And I think that'll be the last one on Zoom.
Hi, good evening all. Thank you very much for taking me. I'm a lifelong resident in Norwalk. I've gone through the system here from grade school straight through high school. The traffic is pretty ridiculous. Having two small children myself in the system, bringing them to an earlier start time, it just doesn't compute very well. You're disrupting multiple schools for just two different schools to start at a later time. I do believe everything needs to go back to the way it was. People's work schedules and lives revolve around that schedule that's been set and in place for decades. Please consider going back to the way it used to be. It worked fine for everybody with no complaints whatsoever. And that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thanks, Stu. It looks like some other people have signed up to speak on Zoom. At 9:02, I am going to cut it off at Diana Toomey Wilson. So next we have Ted Beauregard.
Hi, can you hear me?
Go ahead, Ted.
This is Ted Beauregard, 31 Stewart Ave. First, just as a quick side note, I would like to say I wish we were hearing a lot more comments from students because ultimately they're the ones who have to live with the choices we're making here. So whether it's tonight or in the coming days, I hope that somehow their opinions are solicited more. With that said, I'll kind of just throw my piece in here. When the high school start times were originally proposed, because the science supported it, so did I. And at that time, I remember hearing lots of reasons not to do it. Things like traffic, which has turned out to be way worse than we thought. But apparently for some people, I've been fortunate not to see it, but the feedback seems to be that it's pretty bad. Scheduling inconveniences, things like that. I wasn't moved by those though, because none of those reasons had to do with the kids' education directly. So I still was kind of in favor of giving it a chance. The most persuasive arguments that I have heard to change it back have been tonight from students. The young lady who spoke earlier who talked about a student missing multiple AP classes, and more specifically, because of the domino effect, staying up later and ultimately not getting more sleep. The whole point of this change was that the kids get more sleep. If it's not accomplishing the goal, then I really don't see the point in going any further with this. It's not working. So in as much as I would say I did buy in before, I do have to admit that that's a big gaping hole in the whole plan. And it seems like maybe that should be reconsidered. Thanks.
Thank you, Ted. Next we have Brian.
Hello, Brian Meek, 11 Cranberry Woods. Hi, everyone. First, let me say thanks for letting me address you, and good luck to Heidi. Take a victory lap, well deserved. I'm not here to take an opinion on the measure. I just think, and I'm sad to see that our one paid board member is not here tonight. I hope he's well. But this issue really stems from overdevelopment in Norwalk and not building a Sono school. So you can rejigger this schedule all you want, but it's not going to fix the problem. The problem is we don't have schools in the neighborhoods where children live, and the city's growing. Whether you like that or not, it's a fact. It's not going to go away, and these problems are just going to continue. So, please reach out to the state delegation. Get this school built. Get these schools built. We got plans sitting on the shelf, millions of dollars worth of plans just sitting there collecting dust. Everybody knows we need that school. It's time to get moving on it. The other thing we could do is also work with our legislators to get rid of daylight savings time. 3 New England states have already voted for this, but have tabled it because I believe it's Connecticut, Vermont, and Maine haven't taken it up. But if all 6 New England states go, we can get off of this ridiculous time change that disrupts 2 weeks out of every year when we haven't been an agrarian economy in 100 years almost, or a majority-based agrarian economy. So those are my 2 ideas, but it's going to take a lot more than you guys can do, and I appreciate what you do, and God bless with whatever decision you all end up making. Thank you.
Thank you, Brian. Next we have Jody Sadler.
Hi, my name is Jody Sattler. I live at 17 Highland Avenue. I have 3 kids at Brian McMahon High School this year, so my entire family is directly affected by the new start time. 2 of my kids were at the school when it started at 7:30, and we never had any issues. I understand there were some good intentions behind moving school to another time, but the reality is that it's simply not working. My kids are not getting any more sleep. They're up early doing homework, going to the gym. They now sit in traffic longer to get to school. And because of sports, they're missing many of their last period classes during the day because the buses have to leave early. Actually, they just got home a few minutes ago because the Brian McMahon soccer game just ended. And so that's an important part of school, is to be able to go cheer on your sports soccer team. But now they're going to come home and do their homework right now. So the new options that were presented are, I don't think, realistic. No student in any school should be dismissed at 3:50 from a regular school day. It's just simply too late. And I never understood why we needed to move the high school times an entire hour. I never understood why there wasn't some sort of compromise to say maybe 7:25 is too early, but maybe 7:45 was okay. I'd never understood why we needed a full hour to make this schedule work. If we were worried about their sleep, we could have moved it 20 minutes and not affected so many sports schedules and work schedules for teachers. Also, the best solution is usually the simplest. It's easier to change 2 high schools back to the time that they had before than to shift 16 other school schedules. Thank you.
Thank you, Jody. Next we have Diana Tommy Wilson.
Good evening. I'm Diana Toomey Wilson. I'm on Fireside Court. I feel like we are rushing into changing the start times back or rejiggering the whole situation without giving what we have the opportunity to settle in. I have 2 students at CGS, a senior and a freshman. My son is driving my daughter, and they seem to be getting into school, leaving the house at 8:10 and getting to school on time. And they got home at 3:15 today and on Friday. So something is working as we settle into this. And I don't know what's changing. I don't know if more people are taking the bus, but I do believe that we have the ability to get the data on the bus ridership and to try to figure out if the volume of cars we had in that first week is really going to be the whole story. My children are both being very successful with the healthy start time. At the 7:30 start time, my son used to come home and he would literally just crash out in his bed for hours and couldn't really produce any work until after dinner. So then he would be up until well past midnight and then getting up, by 6 to get out the door. And now he comes home and he still has some steam and he can be productive, and he's going to bed between 10 and 11 at night and waking up at 7:15. My daughter gets up before him, takes her shower before he does, and has her bathroom time, and then she has an opportunity to put on her makeup and take care of her hair and even eat a little bit of breakfast before they leave at 8:10. So she's going to school ready and available to the learning, and that is just tremendous. So they're both arriving at school without being so stressed. They really show up lit up and they come home feeling good. They're both smiling when they come home. So I think it's taken a lot of the angst out of their approach to their day. So I know not many people have spoken in favor, because I think people who want change are the ones who are going to speak tonight. But I have to say it's working in my house. Thank you.
Thank you, Diana. And next we have Silvana Ianacon.
Hi, I'm using my mother's phone right now, but I'm Ariana Segura. I'm a senior at Norwalk High School, and I live on 7 Commerce Street. And basically, I really hope that we could change back to 7:30 and get out at 2:15, because I work. I'm a working and high school student. Like I'm very productive, and going to work at 4 and then closing the store at 9 o'clock and not even being able to get out until about 9:30 is like really like stressful, because I come home, I'm very tired, and I have to get all this homework done. As a senior, we have so much homework that we have to do, and it just sometimes I'm gonna be so honest, it doesn't even get done because I just crash out after work, after a long day of work. And being able to get out at 2:15 would mean I can go into work early and get out of work early. and I could have time to do my homework, and then I could really get everything done. So I think if we would change it back earlier, it would be a lot a lot more helpful and beneficial towards me and my parents, because my parents are a little bit late sometimes to work, you know. But yeah, that's pretty much it. Thank you.
Thank you. And we do have to cut off the sign up period for comments. I will allow one last comment because he has a good first name, Colin Duff.
Hi, so I'm in favor of changing the start time back to the previous time for the 2019-2020 school year. I'm Colin Duff. I live at 52 Westland Avenue. So I'm a junior at Norwalk High, and frankly, it is hard because since school gets out at 3:10 and I basically get home at 3:20, I'm taking 2 APs this year, and it's like, it's a robot. It's kind of robotic how you have to take notes, and honestly, there isn't enough time in the day with it. But I think, and it did help freshman year, when at 2:15 when we got out, I did have enough time. And in the spring it was a lot harder because I played a sport and I was also helping in the musical theater department, so I am an active member in the community. So I am advocating, and I strongly do urge you guys to change the start time back to 7:30 for the high school. Thank you.
Thank you, Colin. And thank you to everyone who took the time. Make it quick, very quick. Mask on, please.
Sorry. My name is Jake Bella. I live on 47 Douglas Drive. I attend P-Tech and Norwalk High School. Now, normally it takes me around 12 minutes to get to Norwalk High from my house, but the minute I hit Strawberry Hill Avenue, jam-packed, nothing moves, but everyone has said that. We all understand that. Nothing's moving. There needs to be a change for that. And I remember a big thing that was advocated during the start times. It was that stress is going to go down and everyone's going to be happier, ready to learn. The date is 9/14/2021. I believe we started school around 2 weeks ago, right? Since then, between Norwalk High School and Brian McMahon, there's been 6 fights, at least 6 fights, fist fights. They're brawling in the hallways. And the solution can't be add more security guards. Every turn on the hallways, there's a security guard, okay? Every turn, there needs to be a change, starting when you're younger, okay? There needs to be a change for that. I can't stand, I'm embarrassed to say that I'm from Norwalk. I go to Norwalk High School. I wish I went to private school. And I can't blame it all on you guys, because it dribbles down. There's so many teachers, so many things you guys have to manage. So I hate to blame it on you guys, but it's ridiculous. One more example I have to say is that the other day, one of my good friends on the field hockey team had to leave their class at 2:30, 4th block, AP class. Same friend as her, very stressed, always up till 2 doing homework. Now, well, 2:30 is awesome, 4 o'clock game, awesome, get out of school early, let's go. Miss some of my class, right? She missed the AP class, she's worried about her test next week, and the bus did not arrive till 4 p.m. because of the traffic. They left class at 2:30, expecting a bus. No bus showed up. It was there at 4 p.m. Their game was supposed to start in Darien at 4 p.m. Game did not start until 5:15. She got home maybe 9 o'clock because they also had to sit through the JV game. They don't have enough buses to supply that. And I understand that. But if there's going to be a game at 4 p.m., the bus needs to be there at 4 p.m. I've used my 3 minutes. Thank you guys for listening.
Thank you. And I do want to thank everyone who either came in person or attended virtually to take part in tonight's discussion. I will add that we received a little over 130 comments via email. And in the interest of time, I'm not able to read each of these into the record. They are part of the public record. And I want to thank everyone who sent a comment in via email. Some of them also came in person or on Zoom, so we did hear some of them. And I want to reiterate that these comments are extremely valuable. They are, each and every one is read and listened to and is a part of our decision-making process, because we do think this is something that we all are engaged in as a community. So I want to thank you all again. And with that, transition us into item 2A on the agenda, the review of arrival and dismissal traffic delays and possible action on school bell times. And I'd like to introduce Dr. Estrella first to just get us started.
Thank you, Chairman Austin. So first and foremost, I want to thank everybody that's here this evening, those of you who are remote, as well as those families, students, and other community members that have provided us with feedback and input throughout the past few weeks in terms of the transportation conditions within Norwalk. I just want to say that we've heard you. We have been looking at different potential options for us to consider, particularly the board to consider tonight. We have a few data points and sources of information, many of which many of the students today articulated, as well as many of the families that we want to reiterate and that we find to be important. I think that one of the things that I want to preface that some of the considerations about these modifications in part have to do with the congestion, but also most importantly, the amount of space in between the different tiers and the compounded delays that have been created as a result of it. To us, one of the most essential components that we want to focus on is lost instructional time, not only for students that have been arriving late, and within the presentation today, you'll see how this time compounds over the course of a week and the course of a year, and why it's important for us to really look at this closely. But also looking at our athletic program and some of the challenges that the new schedule has presented for our scholars, and how that has impacted their instructional time as well. I have invited a number of members to engage in this conversation this evening, some of which are athletic directors, but also our head of transportation, to speak to some of the findings based on the current schedule and some of the things that we would like to propose for the board to consider. So I'd like to call Ms. Sandra Fayos to come forward, and Joanna Vanzetta. Thank you, ladies, for coming this evening and supporting the conversation. I'm going to turn it over to them at this point.
Good evening, board members. Good evening.
Oh, can you give me one quick second? I'm so sorry. Of course. Before we move into the conversation around some of the findings, I think it's important to first speak about the survey results from the community. We had an opportunity to survey our parents as well as our students. And I think it's important to start the conversation prefacing what they have articulated. So can I have Brenda Wilcox-Williams move forward? I guess you can stay there. She can come to the mic. And Ralph, can you switch the presentation, please? So one of the things I heard one of the speakers today talk about the importance of listening to our scholars. And to me, that is very important. So we took it upon ourselves to survey all of our high school students this morning to get a sense from them what they would prefer in terms of start time preferences. And I would like Ms. Brenda Wilcox-Williams to speak to that, as well as the parent survey.
So briefly on the parent survey, we put that out on September 1st. Just a few days after the start of school, when we became aware that we had a traffic delay problem that we suspected was beyond just the straight usual start time delays that we typically get every year. So we asked families a couple of different questions to give our team, but also the board, some input as they worked the problem and figured out what our next step would be. Ralph, could you go to the next one? So this basically just shows you the grade levels that went across the board in terms of making sure that we had representation from a wide variety of grade levels. And as you see, we have K through 5, 6 through 8, everybody is represented in this, and it did go out in both English and Spanish as well. So the first question was, given this week's traffic congestion, should NPS consider changes to the school start and end times to relieve the situation? At that point, we did not have any preconceived notions about what the changes would be. So this was just a general question to see whether it is something that we should consider and whether or not parents would consider it as an option for solving some of the problems we were facing at that time. And as you see here, 67% said yes, it's something that we should consider, and 33% said something that it was not something that we should consider. Another key question here was we wanted to understand how much lead time families would need to accommodate any potential changes, whether it's work or childcare, if we were to make such a change and if it was something that we decided that we need to do. As you see, 68% said they would only need 1 week lead time, and 14% for 2 weeks, and 18%, sorry, other way around, 18% for 2 weeks, and 14% would need 3 weeks. Obviously, they did not know what the suggestion or the solution was at that point. And again, this was just meant to be directional very early on in the first week of school.
And I just want to add, based on Mary Jordan's NFT survey to teachers, teachers were, I believe, advocating for 2 to 3 weeks for any potential change to accommodate schedules and needs. Next slide, Ralph. As the superintendent mentioned, we know that the input from the student voice was going to be important to this discussion, to the board and to the superintendent as well. So this morning we did put together a student survey, again, in both English and Spanish. I went out to every high school and the students were given time in class during the day to fill it out because we wanted to make sure that we had their input for tonight's discussion. Next slide. We had over 3,100 responses, 3,139 responses. That's out of about 4,000 high school students. So it's very representative of our student body. About 47% were Norwalk High School students. 33% were in McMahon. And then we had P-TECH and Center for Global Studies represented at about 10.8% and a little bit less for CGS. So. The grade levels in this were even across the grade. So we really do have students here representing every experience that they've had so far. As some of our students mentioned tonight, they've been here when school was in normal times. There were some kids responding here who've known nothing but COVID during high school. So it really is representative of the different experiences that our students have experienced over the past few years. And then here's the results of the survey. So 62% said that they were interested in a 7:30 start time. 37% said that they were interested in keeping it at an 8:30 start time. And again, that's out of 3,139 responses of our high school students across the district. So, and that's our pulse input on our student voice today. So. I just want to add to that number. One of the things I have been doing is keeping track of the petition that our student Juliana Solis has put forward. And as of right now, we have 1,248 participants in favor of the 7:30 start time. So I just want to preface that. I just want to put forward that we are listening to our scholars, that we are taking their input into consideration. As at the same time, we also have some mitigating factors, really looking at the research and what is best for them. but also taking into account that something has to be done this year differently because what we have is not working. And I'm just going to turn it over to Sandra and Joanna to speak to some of what we found.
So thank you, everybody. And we know this has been a long evening, so we're not going to belabor this conversation, but I do want to thank all the students for speaking and hope to add to the informed decision that you guys are going to make. So the options and the information that we offer you is really just information. And so we really want to start with making sure that we understand and underscore the current conditions. So at the start of this academic year was the first time, and this has been said several times, that we actually implemented the new school start times operating at full capacity. And that being that on September of 2019 is when the new school start times were voted on. There were several things that were in the process of getting decided and practiced. And then COVID hit. We never really got to do a full traffic study the way that we would have wanted to. And last year, even though we had the same school start times, we weren't operating at full capacity. We had a hybrid model. We had staggered entry times at the high schools so that we could mitigate overcrowding as a COVID prevention. And so the current conditions are that we do have 59 full capacity buses, 19 small buses on the road. And because of COVID, parents are just choosing to drop off. They're not using the buses as we expected, especially during the first week of school. There's sort of that joy of bringing your child to school. So there's also citywide construction and other mitigating factors that are making the situation even worse. And so it has resulted in gridlock traffic that has led to countless emails that have been received by the cabinet to let us know that the current situation is unacceptable. Okay. So to recap, I won't spend too much time on this, but to recap the school start time study, 18 months were spent on the school start time study, and the committee studied several scenarios, and based on parent feedback and fiscal considerations, 2 scenarios were brought before the board. And the new start times were implemented last year, but like I said, because of COVID, we didn't really get to see it in action until now, which is what we're dealing with. So what we know is that we've been tracking the data for each school bus by school. So we actually have it, it's extensive data. And what we know is that during the first week of school, 85% of all buses arrived late when dropping off students at school. We thought that maybe we would see some relief during the second week, and we did, but it's still a really high number of buses in the tier 2 and tier 3 routes, of 75% of them arriving late.
Can I just add one thing? One of the reasons why we experience relief, and I think we heard that in some of the public comments, has been as a result of the added measures that have been put in place.
Thank you.
So it's important to note that we have added additional personnel, especially at the high school levels. We've asked our security guards to come in earlier to allow students in the building. Our administrators, I have to give special kudos for, because they have extended their workday, coming in earlier to open up the sites to allow students in to alleviate some of the traffic. So a lot of the relief that you're seeing currently has been as a result of additional personnel that has been added, as well as an extensive support from NPD, providing additional services in traffic control and support. So I just need to note that, because the relief we're feeling is not a product of week 2, but more about the additional mitigating structures that have been put in place, which add additional costs to the district in terms of what it takes to maintain that in place. And it still didn't solve the problem.
We've also worked with Paul Sotnick of DPW. I mean, we really have approached this from a partnership with the city because we do understand that it's affecting everybody's quality of life. And we have reaped some of those benefits. But like Dr. Estrella said, if you take those things away, we're right back to that 85% that we experienced during the first week. We don't think that that would change very much.
Okay, so before you continue, so am I correct in saying then that the added expense, if we continue as is, the added expense is gonna continue, it's gonna get larger, and talking about a tight budget that we have now, those are other mitigating factors that we have to take into consideration also.
Absolutely.
That's correct.
And for clarity, the relief happened for traffic that was directed on site at schools.
Correct.
Correct.
Not traffic en route or at all. Okay.
Correct. And the added component of opening up the buildings early. So the entire cabinet deployed throughout different schools and looked at the problem areas to see what some of the factors associated with some of the challenges we were having. And parameters were put in place to address some of those components. Despite that, we continue to have a what I'll call a backlog that creates tier 2 and tier 3 delays in terms of bus cycles.
Alex, I think you have to explain to parents or to all stakeholders that, you know,
Can you speak into the mic? I don't think.
Is it on?
Yeah.
Oh, there it is. So I'm just saying, I think we need to explain, or two things. So I think congestion, I know Highland Avenue is better. I hear Strawberry Hill's been better, but obviously still a problem. But I really wanted to address is people need to understand how the bus system works, which I think we're kind of skipping over, that these tiers we're talking about is we have 3 tiers. So there's one, so these buses, we have 59 buses under contract. They do 3 different routes. So if that bus A gets behind on tier 1, obviously then it's going to be late for tier 2 and it's going to be even later for tier 3. And that's why there've been so many of these delays is it's a domino effect. And once it starts, you can't stop it.
Correct. Thank you.
And that, you know, we can't, I mean, 59 buses, I guess you gave me the number today, they're almost $90,000 a bus per year. So, you know, it's not like we can add 20 more buses to solve the problem.
And it's timely to actually leave it on the slide for a little bit because really, although we're discussing traffic, really this is what the impact of that traffic has been. It has been students arriving late. And on average, because some buses are arriving 5 minutes late, but some are arriving an hour late. So on average, it's about 15 minutes, but I don't want you thinking it's 15 minutes, but this is the average that when we did the Excel, it came up with. It's that, so for 1 week, if you're arriving 15 minutes late every day, you are missing an hour and 15 minutes of instructional time. If you do that over a month, it's 5 hours. And if you do that over an academic year, it's 55 hours. So I think that it's important for us to understand what is really at the heart of what we're discussing, which is the loss of instructional time.
Sandra, but I also understand that there are students that are coming in really late on the buses and not just 15 minutes. We're talking about half hour, so it's, but the average is 15.
The average is 15 because when you do an average on the Excel, one of them might have been 1 minute late, you know, so it's skewed the results because your tier 1, some of those are arriving on time. So it's skewed that average, but we are having reports of students arriving up to an hour late, especially in those tier 2 and tier 3 schools are the ones that are the most impacted.
And those are students also missing not just a few minutes, those are big classes, especially if they're in high school. And how about the students, I'm sure you'll probably go over it, the students that are getting home late? Because I'm coming home from work and I'm seeing the buses just dropping off.
Yeah, so for the purposes of this slide, I only did the arrival just so that we know that this is what they're missing when they are, once they arrive at school and they've missed first period or they've missed, morning circle. But the dismissal hasn't been any better.
And coupled to what you are talking about, I think some of the students articulated earlier the challenge of if a bus in tier 3 is late that is supposed to pick up students for a game, then those students are not going to arrive on time for those games. So that's part of the reason why a lot of our students are being delayed to competitions, because if our tier system is delayed, that the only way that they can go to their games is if our tier system is on time, because the buses cycle back to pick them up to take them to the game. So it's one of the other things that we're carefully looking at, because it's also impacting the game schedule. Besides taking into account, so if you have a child that's an athlete and it's coming in on average 15 minutes late, but in some cases it could be 45, they're missing almost an entire first period. And then on top of that could be missing a fourth period, a part of third as well.
So you actually led right into my,
sorry,
stealing my thunder. All night I've been dealing with this. So the impact on student athletes, and we actually had John Cross and Doug Marchetti, who we asked to join us.
Can you see, Ralph, if you can elevate John Cross and Doug Marchetti? They should be on. There he is.
And while we're waiting for them to be elevated, Dr. Estrella asked our athletic directors to join us to really just provide us some context around the impact that this is having on our athletes, and especially those that are arriving late in the morning, and then in order to meet their athletic requirements are also leaving early to make these away games.
Are they on? John, can you hear us?
Good evening.
Good evening, John. Thank you for joining us this evening. I know you've had a long day.
Life of an athletic director. We're good. Still at school.
Is Doug Marchetti, are you with us?
Yes, I am, Dr. Estrella. Good evening, everybody.
Good evening. Thank you for joining us. Also someone that had a long day. So we appreciate the time you're taking to join us this evening. I'll turn it over to you.
Thank you. So John and Doug, I really just was talking about the impact that tardiness is having, in particular to our student athletes, because they are also leaving early for their away games. And I don't know if you could see the presentation, but I have.
Yeah, we can.
Yep.
Hey, Ralph, I'm frozen. Can you advance the slide?
So just to point out, the example that you just showed there was just from Brian McMahon. It said 378 athletes. That did not include Norwalk High, so you can double that number.
Okay.
Almost identical numbers at Norwalk High School in terms of participation for the fall.
John, you provided me these examples. Would you just talk us through what is happening currently with our athletes in terms of the dismissals?
Yeah, sure. So in the examples you have there, basically start times of contests and the travel time, the warm-up time you would need, and then time for the student athletes to get changed. So in this situation, if we had a game in Danbury, the volleyball team, both the varsity and JV, would travel together on a bus, and they would have to be dismissed from class at 2:30. That time schedule there, 45 minutes to Danbury, is cutting it close, but we're trying to keep the kids in class as much as possible. Traffic is kind of bad at times, but that would be at a minimum that our student athletes would have to get out 45 minutes early from class for this contest. The situation gets much worse with the golf team, however, because of the fact that golf matches generally start around 3 p.m. Based off of course availability. And this shows a home golf match, which we would be played at Oak Hills, and our students have to be dismissed an hour and 5 minutes prior to the bell. I crunched some more numbers today, and I took a look at the instructional time loss, and this number really jumped out at me. The golfers, the top golfers, would lose in the first month of school over 1,100 minutes or 18 hours of instruction. And a lot of those kids are AP students. They do well academically. Most of our student athletes do well academically, but they would lose a total of 18 hours. Our cross country team would lose 5.5 hours of instruction. The volleyball team about 5.5 hours, and the other teams are around 3.5 hours of instruction during this season. The other piece too that's also important to consider is that we do have coaches that teach in the building, and they're being dismissed early to go with their team. So for example, our cross country coach, Patrick Bradley, he's going to be dismissed 5 times during the regular season, which would account for about 5.5 hours of instruction that he cannot give to his classmates. I believe Mr. Klein talked about this earlier when he was making some public comments. So we have a lot of issues, not only the student athletes missing out on instructional time, the teachers themselves are not instructing the other the other students who are not being dismissed early as well. So that's a significant impact as well. Doug, if you have anything to say, go ahead, bud.
Sure. When I would just echo the fact that, once these buses do leave, traffic in general is crazy, especially if you're heading north on I-95, if we're heading to Fairfield, Trumbull, Bridgeport, and Route 7 can be a crapshoot if you're heading up to Wilton or Ridgefield or Danbury. So, once these buses are leaving, they're still getting stuck in traffic at some point on their travels to our opponent's sites. And, when we get there, we've kind of talked as athletic directors as a group, we'll do the best we can to get the games in. But I think, John, you and I have both been impacted where they've shortened some games already just to get them both in from a schedule standpoint. You start looking at facilities not only in Norwalk, but in other communities, they have youth programs that need to use those facilities. And they'll say, hey, listen, you need to be off the field by 6 o'clock. We need to turn this over to our youth programs. I know John and I have done that kind of work with our community programs here in Norwalk, whether they're at Brian McMahon or Nathan Hale or even Norwalk High School. So, we're in some cases, we're getting these kids out of school early and, they're getting stuck in traffic and it's still a shortened experience for them. So it's got lots of different layers to it. And I know there are no easy answers to it, but it's definitely having an impact very early in the season to this point.
In fact, Doug, the game that I had to shorten yesterday was the McMahon Norwalk freshman soccer game because the game was supposed to start at 4 o'clock, and I don't think your team arrived until about 4:20.
The bus The bus left here just right around 3:45, 4 o'clock, somewhere in that range. Yeah.
Thank you. And thank you both for your expertise. I'm actually going to turn it now
Just,
to.
give me one
go ahead.
second. Before Doug and John go, does the board have any questions for the athletic directors? I just don't want to hold them up because they've had a long day.
I would just bring up that some of this shouldn't be new. Okay, the bus is being late and kids getting to games late, fine. But, the kids having to early dismiss, we knew this when we made this decision. And if I recall, we did look at Greenwich, because they had to fine tune their schedule and they put, house at the end of the day and they created, free periods or they restructured. So it wasn't just like 4 blocks or, that you just ended and all of a sudden, you'd have to miss your last block if you were playing a sport, that they altered the schedule. We were supposed to look into those options. So I'm not sure sports should be that part of this part of the decision because we knew this before we went into this and they were supposed to work it out. Maybe we didn't, I don't know. But, I think some of the issues obviously with transportation and buses and stacking and we can't do 3 tiers in the amount of time we have with the current schedule. I mean, that is something we did not know before, but this stuff we did know before.
I think even in the prior structure, there was some instructional time loss. I think the difference now is the amount of time loss associated that I think is important to make the board aware as they're making a decision. I think that the second fact component, as we shift times, the rest of Fairfield County and other counties that we play against follow a standard schedule. So we have to keep that in mind as well, right? Because as we look into the research and what's best for students, we also have to take into consideration some of the fixed parameters that we have no control over, particularly around the athletic programs and how students are competing with other areas, and what that means for them in terms of travel time, as well as the lack of flexibility in other places around their schedule. So I thought it would be important for the board to have a refresher on this and look at some of the unintended consequences that we have more data on now, because we are in the process as we speak, that I think are important to point out.
I also want to say that it's also important to keep in mind that a lot of these student athletes, that's their future too. We have to consider that they're looking at scholarships and playing for schools. So if their grades go down because they're missing classes, that can affect their scholarships. That can affect what colleges that they'll apply to or be accepted. So that is a big thing on my end that we need to look at.
And I do think the attention to learning loss following COVID is definitely appropriate to keep that in the forefront of any solutions that we're looking to center our decisions around, because it's just hearing kids who have gone through COVID for 2 years are now getting into a school building for the first time. That's a very different high school experience. And couple it with stressors you're experiencing that are out of your control. I think it's definitely an important thing to keep in the conversation. And it would also present situations where it would make it harder to reference how anyone else did it, because this is a very different time that we're coming on the heels of.
Yeah, and I'd like to add that student athletes and the importance of athletics to them, it is part of their social and emotional improvements and health, being back with their teammates. The work that both athletic directors have done to be sure that the number of student athletes increases every season is really important to kids, right? That we want them to be involved in this. And to Diane's point, not only for the kids who are looking to maybe play in college, but we want to be sure they're keeping their grades up so that they remain eligible to play in the next season in high school. So the idea of exasperated student learning loss and students' social and emotional needs, I think that the spotlight's a little bit different than even when the decision was made, because the idea that it was going to be worked out was something that was told to people while people were saying that may not be feasible. To say that was going to be done without really a plan for it, I think was kind of just good wishes.
And if there are no questions for Doug and John, we can just thank them and say goodnight. And I'm actually going to turn it over to another resident expert, Joanna Zenvetter, that can talk to us about some possible remedies.
Can I just ask you a question for clarification around the bus tracking app? In terms of what we track, do we also track where the buses are actually in traffic? And we're able to discern traffic versus a new bus driver who doesn't know a route?
Good evening. So I will speak to that. The bus tracking app is separate from our GPS system. It does work in cooperation with it. But that's how the system is.
John, can you speak closer to the mic?
Oh, I'm
People in the
sorry.
back can.
The tracking app is actually it's run through the GPS system, but it is a separate app just for parents to be able to find their buses. We did have a similar tracking app when we were with our previous vendor. This is Durham's, our current vendor's proprietary app. So, and that is rolling out tomorrow. And it does track for families, but the GPS system, the Zonar system that the bus company uses does track where the buses are at any time and gives us feedback on when the bus is stopping, and it records the bus stops or bus stop. It has to open the door for it to record the time, and then we can go back and track that.
Do we know how much of any of this is contributed to just learning new routes?
We have the same veteran drivers. We've had the same team of drivers, some for over 20 years. We have maybe 4 or 5 new drivers this year. We are still in a driver shortage, which is a nationwide issue due to COVID. And so we do have we have 2 or 3 people who are actually here from out of town who are helping to fill in so that every route is covered.
Joanna, can I ask a question? It's Heidi. How are you? Couple things. You were, intimately involved in all of this when all of this was being worked out with the buses and the schedules, and kind of fast forward now to 2021. There is a bus shortage, which we know, bus driver shortage, correct? And maybe this is also a question for Dr. Estrella for Human Resources. What kind of outreach also are we doing to kind of hire and try to bring forth some bus drivers here, because there is a shortage? Question 1. And question 2, are our buses at full capacity? I believe some are, some aren't. Like, what are we doing to alleviate that, where we have a full load of students on a bus, and then at another time we have only a few students? So or is there anything that we're doing to look at that? And also, I know that we're looking at routes and safety and best ways to get to our students, but when we've spoken to our bus drivers, what has been their input and their advice and their suggestions as far as the routes over the past 2 weeks? We're now starting week 3. We're in day 2 of week 3, but what's happened in week 1 and week 2?
So I'll address some points, Heidi, and I'll turn it over to Joanne. In terms of the shortages, although not nationwide there have been shortages, we've been very fortunate in Norwalk to be able to have a cohort of drivers to fulfill the needs of the district, like Joanne articulated earlier. So unlike some districts where some drivers have to run double shifts because of the fact that they don't have enough drivers, we don't have that challenge in Norwalk. In terms of the capacity of our buses and how full or not they are, that's something that we are going to be tracking in the next few days. We wanted to allow just to get the system started, and especially to reintegrate the new technology that this new company is putting in place. And I'll turn over to Joanne to speak to the pieces around routes and the feedback from drivers, because I know she's been intimately engaged in conversations with them.
And I believe, Heidi, you have the other question regarding what steps are we taking to hire new drivers?
Right, got it.
So the bus company is offering a sign-on bonus incentive to drivers who are fully licensed of $2,000. And anyone who is already working for the bus company, who's a current employee, who refers anyone, is also being offered a $2,000 sign-on bonus for that person. We have also been working with the local agencies, Family and Children Agency, Carver Center, and also the Norwalk Housing Authority. So we have sent out the flyer and worked with those agencies to try to promote for new hires. They've also run hiring events in local shopping plazas, and they are currently working on, or have been working on, an online promotion for new hires.
Okay. Thank you.
Working on it. Yeah.
Okay, I appreciate that. I have many more questions, but I'll let you continue through the presentation. I can ask more at the end. Thank you.
So over the past 2 weeks, we've been looking at what the possible remedies are. So we've looked at standardized start times at all schools, where elementaries would be on one tier, middle schools would be on another, and high schools would be on their own. We've also looked at the increased deadhead time in between the routes, which would allow time to navigate traffic concerns, handle unexpected delays, and stay on schedule. And then the third option would be consolidating routes to maintain route efficiencies. That's not always a people pleaser. That would be something where we would need to start looking at consolidating bus stops so that the routes are shorter, so we're able to maximize pickup in central locations for the neighborhood and be able to keep the bus on time. So we've been tasked with, following the science and honoring the work that the school start time committee put forth in the 2018-19 school year. So here is what we've looked at. So correcting the issues by changing the route times and bell times. So this slide will show you the 19-20 school year, the 2021-22 school year current, and then the two options that we are recommending. These two options, just so that you all know, have been scheduled. We've looked at, I've actually gone and done the work. We've actually, for option 2, run dry runs. Between Tuesday and Saturday of last week, the drivers were out with those new schedules to be able to vet the work that's been done. Unfortunately, when we worked on the early start time, we didn't have that opportunity because of COVID. The decision was made in September 2019. We started working on scheduling. We did run dry runs, but we didn't really have that opportunity to vet that service. So here we've been able to actually say that drivers have gone out, done the runs, and know that the times would work. So both options allow for a substantial gap between the arrival and dismissal times in the problem areas of Highland Avenue and Strawberry Hill Avenue, allowing for relief to the congested areas and as well as this campus, Jefferson and Ponus, which currently has a 15-minute difference between arrival and dismissal time. Option 1 will require a ride share between Silvermine and All Saints, the parochial school. Option 2 does not require that ride share. Option 2 allows for the elementary schools to operate into 2 bell times, where currently the bell time structure for elementary schools operates in 3 bell times. Option 1 will require some of our younger students to wait at bus stops prior to 7 a.m. due to longer bus schedules. Option 2 allows the elementary schools with shorter bus schedules to operate in the earlier elementary tier, which would shorten the wait time at bus stops, allowing students to arrive at stops after 7 a.m. Option 2 also allows us to plan ahead and accommodate the transportation needs of the lower Ponus steam magnet, which will likely require up to 10 additional buses when we begin to implement.
So, yeah. So one of the things that we need to take into consideration as we move forward and plan the work, we have a planning year this year to map out Ponus Elementary that will launch September of 22. We need to take into consideration the bus implication of that and what that would mean. We also have been in conversation about Wolf Pit potentially becoming a magnet art school. And those factors have also, we also need to take into consideration in terms of looking at the bus schedule as well. The other thing that Joanne worked on was also tiering the start times of the different schools that were in, like, let's say Strawberry Hill, where we have 3 different schools, tiering the time far enough to avoid multiple schools coming in close proximity at the same time, which is part of the reason why we have some of the delays and congestion problems currently.
So I don't know if you want to further elaborate on that.
Sure. So with option 2, we see a 45-minute window between the arrival at the elementary school and the arrival at the high school. And then in the third tier, it would have a half an hour window of time in between the high school and the middle school. And that would service both sides of town. So we would be alleviating that traffic on Highland Avenue as well as on Strawberry Hill. And it would also alleviate the traffic within this campus. So we would be answering the issues to congestion, and that would be able to get parents and buses in and out of the buildings and the campuses on time.
I just want the community to also know that we have been in communication with the city. Mayor Reeling has been extremely supportive in allowing his team to work with us and looking at the construction sites that are currently in place, some of which the city has control over, others that they do not because they're state-run projects. But where feasible, we are also looking at how to mitigate some of those challenges by potentially working with the city and delaying the time where some of these projects begin in the morning and giving us some leeway there. But despite that, we still have to make significant modifications to the schedule in order for it to work.
In terms of issues at the parochial schools and charter schools, since we're responsible for providing transportation, is there anything lingering that we have to be mindful of solving that isn't reflected in any of these scenarios? Like, I don't know how they are impacted, and I don't know how big or how much of an issue it is to solve.
So in thinking, and always being mindful of our partners and knowing that we are mandated to provide that transportation, the Columbus and side-by-side timeframe will not change, so they will not be affected. The parochial school in option 1 would need to ride share with Silvermine. And the reason why we looked at that option is because of the dual language program. We are transporting students from all over town as we are with the parochial. So it was easy when we looked back and saw that there was a lot of stops similar at each building, and we were able to consolidate those routes. There would be a travel time of maybe 8 minutes between one building to the next, and that was taken into consideration also. But in option 2, we wouldn't have to do that ride share.
For this year.
Right.
But one of the things that we're considering as we think about the work moving forward, we will consider that for 22-23 as we need to consolidate and really process the addition of Ponus Elementary and the additional buses that's going to require to ensure that we don't engage in a situation where there's added costs in terms of transportation because we are adding now a new program into the district.
So this next slide just gives you an overview of what we've previously had, current and proposed times. So possible next steps. Based on tonight's discussion, we do have arranged with the bus company to run option 2 for a third time on Thursday during the Jewish holiday. Or maybe options, but the option 2 has been run twice already. So it would be an opportunity for the drivers to actually go out in the time frame that they would be transporting and have actual traffic data. We would communicate new start times to families, allow families time to adjust plans to accommodate the new times. Of course, post the new routes and orient families to possible new stops or bus numbers or pickup times, and work with the After the Bell program to provide additional before and after school care as needed.
Joanna, can I just interrupt? I'm sorry for just one quick second. To do the new route a third time, option 2, is that correct? Is that what you were just discussing?
Correct.
Okay. The only question I have on that, Thursday is a holiday, Yom Kippur, so I'm wondering, how will traffic be on that particular day, right? They might do the route, but I would assume there might be less traffic because more people might have the day off. So, I'm just trying to understand the reasoning. I understand because it's a day off, but it would be on Thursday, which is a holiday.
So the first day that they actually ran the routes was Tuesday, the day after Labor Day.
Yeah.
And the traffic pattern was very low. So they ran through from Tuesday to Saturday, all of the routes, or
Right.
all of the proposed bus routes. And so we felt that Thursday, being a day off and being in the middle of the week, that it would be best for them to run it at the actual start times, where we would have more data.
Okay.
And obviously it's not an ideal situation.
Yeah. I mean, I'm thinking just because of the holiday and, when else can you do it? But I think it's, lack of a better word, might be a little skewed because it's a day off, right? For many people, not all, but for many.
It is skewed in that perspective. One of the things we talked about, asking the drivers to pause at least for 5 minutes at every stop. And it's more about determining whether on an ideal situation, how efficient is this route. And if we notice in an ideal situation that there are challenges, and obviously it will not work in conditions that are not favorable. So it would give us some data points. I think that in order for us to further develop this, we also might want to consider a traffic study. I believe in reviewing the previous work done by the task force, that a traffic study was not conducted. And I think for us to gather more data that will really inform some of the hot spots and challenges that we might face, that is something that we might want to consider as well. And, given the feedback from the community and hearing some of the feedback today and throughout the week, one of the things that we might want to consider is for this year, reverting back to the previous bell time, allowing us an opportunity to re-engage and expand the task force work to further study the healthy start time option and make sure that, one, first and foremost, that our students are arriving to school on time, two, that we do this in a later time, that it will allow us to further look at additional factors that are important. And also it would give us an opportunity, given some of the COVID challenges that we've had, to initiate this at a time where we will have acclimated more, and hopefully at that point, the pandemic will be at its termination. Initially, we were coming forward and presenting option 2 as a choice. I think, given what we've learned from the community and especially our scholars, I think that it's prudent for, at least in my perspective, to recommend to the board potentially moving back to our original start time, with the caveat that we will spend this year further studying the healthy start time and looking for ways in which we can effectively engage in the work, honoring the research, but most importantly, also taking into account what our community wants. And that concludes our presentation. At this point, we open it to the board for additional deliberation and questions.
Thank you so much to Dr. Estrella and to the senior team for walking us through some of the background, the current context, and some of the possible remedies. I do look forward to a rich discussion from board members. We heard a lot from community members, families, students, and other stakeholders tonight, and I think it's definitely our time to engage in that conversation. So I'm going to open it up to my colleagues.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Yes.
I can start, Colin, if you want, or you can start with everybody that's present. Doesn't
I
matter.
do want you to start, Heidi. Go ahead.
Are you
Yeah.
lots of information to digest for sure. And just a couple of things. I'll try to be brief. I have to say the comments, especially from our scholars, our students, were very thoughtful, really well laid out, and very compelling, their comments. And it really resonated with me and having them speak, as well as many of the parents that came tonight. Thank you. And virtually, and we appreciate that coming forth, especially our students, because very brave to come over and come out tonight and give their feedback and their thoughts and what they feel is working and what really is not working. More importantly, what is not working at this point. Looking at the scenarios that were presented tonight, really wasn't thrilled with any of them, to be quite honest. And I thought, well, maybe we've got to go back and digest this and think of what's going to work for all of our students, which is our elementary, middle, as well as our high school students. So that really brought to light when the presentation and again, the compelling statements from our students and our parents. So I'm wondering at some point we go back and we really figure out what we need to do. We're going almost halfway. Tomorrow will be halfway into week 3. So hopefully by the end of the week, we might have more information. But I agree, it's not sustainable. It's absolutely not sustainable what's happening now. So I think we've got to figure out what our next steps will be. And also I wanted to bring up the survey. The student survey, I think it was 62% of our high school students. These are kids that are living and breathing what they're doing every day. Would like to go back to the 7:30 time. And I think it was 37 or 38% would prefer the 8:30 time, which is the current time that we have. And you also look at COVID and how last year most of our students were remote, and it just is very different as far as traffic. Many were home versus going to school and driving or taking the bus. So we have to look at that in a different lens now. So I think there's just a lot of different variables, and I think we have to continue to look at this and really figure out as a board and as a community what's going to work best for all of our students. So again, I feel like we need to go back and look at that. Another interesting point was also the signatures. I wrote down some notes, but I think it was about 1,000 or 1,200 that were in favor of going back. So I don't know, Dr. Estrella and the board, what's the right solution at this time? Do we think of maybe instead of an 8:30 time for high school students, maybe it's an 8 o'clock, maybe it's a half hour. I know that there are other districts that have done the half hour versus the hour. So, I do believe we have to look at this a little bit more closely and come up with the right fit for everyone. And I know it's a hard, it's a lot of factors that are involved in the busing and money and schedules and tiers, bus tiers. But I think we have to look at this a lot more closely tonight. And it was an eye opener for me to hear all the comments tonight. And that's why we had, and I'm thankful, Dr. Estrella, that you had this special meeting tonight, because I think it was needed. And I think we need to be as transparent and as open as possible. And if we need to tweak and we need to make some changes, then that's probably what we need to do.
So thank you, Heidi. I just want you to know that we're looking at an 8 o'clock start time. It's, a lot of people are like, tweak 15 minutes here, 30 minutes here. It's such a complex puzzle. And I think Johanna can speak to the number of hours that we've invested. Today we had our principals conference, and I actually luckily have an amazing team that took over. And Joanna, Sandra, and I locked ourselves in a room and continued to deliberate with the consultant and looking at alternative options. We looked at an 8 o'clock start time. It created close to $500,000 additional cost in doing that. So there's a lot more tweaking and reconsideration. We had extensive conversations today with members of the Greenwich community and looking at some of their challenges. One of the things that is important to know is that they spent an additional $1.3 million in order to get to the point that they are, and they're still facing some challenges. Particularly, they fixed the start time challenge. They now have a dismissal time challenge. So it's a very complex process that I don't think we're going to resolve within a few days. And that's why I think we really need the course of the year for us to bring the right constituents forward, to have additional conversations. I think Suzanne, as a member of the board, who was a principal in the district under the prior start time, can provide a lot of insight to the board as well as to myself in terms of what her experiences were. I'm sorry that I'm putting you out there, Suzanne, but I think you bring a lot of history that I think is valuable and important. So I think we owe it to the community to give this a year and maybe revert back to the previous start time. I think that the research and what it speaks to is important, but I want to make sure that we take the valuable learning and lessons that the previous task force put forward and build upon that so that we can get to the right place.
Thank you. I just want to end with this. I think the science, the data backed up the reasoning behind this, but fast forward, COVID, changes that have happened, kids being remote versus being in full in person now, the busing, we have to look at all those variables. And I think sometimes everything's not black and white. Sometimes there's gray, and I think we have to look at it that way. But the science and the data backed up the reasoning behind it. But again, we have to look at it again through a different lens and what we need to do that's going to work really for all levels, for elementary, middle, and high school students.
Great. Thank you for kicking us off. Heidi, Sarah, your hand is up.
For sure. So what I wanted to say was, I think that what I really like that I'm hearing in this conversation is a willingness to look to data to make choices. And I'm really glad that we surveyed our families, and I'm glad that the students got surveyed today. And I think that as part of whatever process of decision making and getting more data that we come into, that really getting traffic data per site, quantifiable traffic data per site, be part of that, like a really detailed traffic study, because I think we heard from a lot of people speaking tonight, and we got a lot of emails today, and all of those stories are very moving, and they're people's personal stories, they're their personal narratives, but they are all also anecdotal. So I think it's really important to honor people's experiences and do our best to make changes that benefit the most amount of people, but also to use as much data as we can to make those decisions. So that's my contribution.
Thank you, Sarah. I see you, Suzanne. I'm just going to see if there's anybody in the room wanted to interject. Okay, Suzanne, go ahead.
Okay, I just wanted to support the idea of going back, because something needs to be fixed and fixed soon. Because as kids are losing time, they lose more and more time. It's harder and harder to catch up that time. I like the thought of going back to the earlier start times. We also heard that the majority of workers and their unions like that time. The parents that spoke, the kids that spoke. And I think the difference is what Dr. Estrella talked about, is to ask the right question versus saying we're changing start times. How do we make this work? The question should be, if we're thinking about changing start times, how could that work? So the idea of doing a traffic study prior to making any decisions about start times would be new and different. And I think we've learned a better way to do it. In addition, if we're looking at quality of life and issues, it has to be looked at everywhere, right? We heard from parents that we may be sacrificing young people's sleep schedules to help out older students' sleep schedules. So I think that's something that a new group would need to consider. And I think it's going to take some time answering the right questions. Having talked to high school kids about this prior to the change, the majority of them, they liked the idea of coming in later until they heard that meant they had to stay at school later. Then they all thought it was a really bad idea. Teams starting, it isn't just the games, but teams that then start their regular practices later, get home later to start doing homework. We heard from workers, kids that work, got to work later, worked later. So a lot of the advantages to sleeping a little bit later in the morning was more than negated by the stress that they were put under by going to bed late because of the work that they needed to do. So, and I do think that COVID has added a whole new dimension to the stress that young people are feeling and getting back involved in school. So I like Dr. Estroya's comment to switch back and do a really a 360 job, not saying we have to make this happen. How are we going to back into this solution? But in fact, what is the best solution for all kids, pre-K through 12, and start times with some of the data that the board may not have had when they made that original change.
Thank you, Suzanne.
I have to agree with Heidi and Suzanne, with reverting back to regular start time the way it was. Sometimes we can't reinvent the wheel, right? And sometimes we need more information and we need to listen to the right people and we need the experts to tell us how things work. We've listened to students, we've listened to families, we've listened to the unions, staff, and everything. But we're in the middle of a pandemic. Things have changed. It may have worked back then. It's not working now. We also have to consider the number of buses. We have to consider finances. We have to consider the city. There is so much to look into. It's not an easy conversation. It's not an easy decision. So I'm glad that we're not voting on anything tonight because there's a lot to talk about. There's a lot to look at. There's a lot to review. So you're right, it's going to be very difficult for some families, but we have to look at the bigger picture. And for me right now, the bigger picture is going back to regular start times, letting the high schools be at 7:30, having these athletes and children that need to work to help support the families, the athletes that need to do their homework and not be up until 2 o'clock in the morning. It's huge. And then going back to the drawing board with the finance department and looking at the finances, because if we're going to add more buses at $80,000 a bus, that's a lot. That's a lot to 86. Okay. So I'm just saying that those are all things we have to sit down as a board and look at. It's not just, traffic on the street. It affects a lot of things and a lot of detail.
And just to be clear, Diana, we may take a vote tonight if somebody wants to make a motion. I think if we wanted to revert to 7:30 high school times, we would need to vote on that.
Yes, but it's not a permanent, depending on what we're doing.
No vote is permanent. We voted on this.
Colin, if I could just interject, I'm sorry, quickly. Oh, yeah, go ahead, Colin. I'm sorry.
I just wanted to bring Mike in and I'll come back to you.
Yeah,
Heidi.
that's fine. Sure, Mike, go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you. So, this has been definitely an adventure, and the whole way this started, that's all water under the bridge, so I don't think we need to go through it. But, we did have, whatever it was, over 120 public comments, or sorry, over 120 emails, 25 plus public comments. I know I personally got over 30 phone calls and I lost track of how many text messages about this. But from the minute I realized where we were and what the facts, that this isn't a traffic issue, but it's a bus operational issue, logistical issue that we can't just hope will get better. It's just the bus routes as designed at the end of the day are not working as planned. And so we have to do something. And my plan, and I plan to do it at the appropriate moment, was to introduce a motion to return to 7:30, because that's kind of the cleanest, simplest. I've never heard of a school system that changes their start times in the middle of the school year. So this will be a first, but it's something we have to do. And we might as well pull the Band-Aid and do it sooner rather than later. I don't think there's any data we're going to get that would change our minds so dramatically after everything we've heard, what we've learned, what we've heard is feedback from all stakeholders. And I think at this point, we should return to 7:30. And then we can work, over the course of this year, this school year, at what we might want to do next year. Obviously, it's going to be a lot more difficult to implement 8:30 after everything we've learned, but we should have a proper vetted decision, which we did not have before. We did not have student input. They came and spoke at a board meeting, but the decision had already been made. And the hearings were window dressing. So I think if we're going to do it, we've now gotten a lot of feedback. We've learned a lot. And maybe we can't do this until more of our neighbors do it. We know New Canaan, Greenwich did it. They've had their problems. New Canaan, the public forced it on the superintendent. He fought it, but after 2 years gave in. And we know Wilton did it, but they have a different layout. And that was 15 years ago or 10 years ago. But until we have a majority of our athletic conference on board, it's probably not realistic to try to do it. And especially with so many of our students needing to work. If many of you remember some of the public comments we did get before were students who were supporting themselves in high school, living on their own for various reasons and needed jobs. And those comments really have stuck with me all along here. So I would like to introduce a motion at the appropriate time to make the decision tonight and to revert to 7:30. The superintendent can choose how much of a window we need before that gets implemented. And maybe the idea of ending it after the marking period, making that change makes more sense. That's an operational decision, but I would like to introduce such a motion.
One more thing. I also think that going back to the original will make less changes for families. Most of the families are already used to that old way. So we're not giving them a third option to try to rearrange their schedule. It's basically going back to what they were used to. They moved forward, it didn't work, we're going back. So less changes, less new things for families. That's the way I'm looking at it too.
And certainly changes for high school students are easier to implement than younger kids. I'm going to get Heidi and then Godfrey.
I am in full support of reverting back to the high schools back to 7:30 start time. But I also feel it would be helpful to view the decision the same method we were looking at these options tonight. Just in the sense of being mindful of what history has taught us and the opportunity we can to make an informed decision with all stakeholders involved. Let's take advantage of it. And I don't know if there will be any peripheral factors that should be considered, but in the sense of the support that's been demonstrated around reverting back, I do think whatever time is allocated to it, it should be planful to anticipate as much as possible what the challenges will be from this change back. Because in any situation, there are pretty much domino effect of impacts that happen in any type of decision. I'm more visual. I don't know if there are any elementary schools that may be impacted, but I just thought it'd be worth pointing that out. And also just a discussion that has to be addressed around the logistical piece around the buses. They're looking at the data presented tonight. There's still kids getting picked up and dropped off late outside of high school, which is the other layer of the issue. And I don't know how much this addresses it or if it just allows more of a compartmentalized conversation about looking at the bus logistical issue. But that's the other thing that's still in the forefront of my mind, that piece of it.
Thank you, Godfrey. Heidi, you wanted to interject?
Yes. I'm also hopeful at some point, Alex, I know you mentioned if the high schools have an 8 o'clock start time, did you say $500,000? I can't recall how much you said that would cost.
Well, right now, hold on.
Yeah, it's fine. It's fine.
I'll tell you the numbers that we have preliminary.
I think I wrote down 500,000, but I might have.
Yeah, it's about $500,000, but I want to tell you exactly how many buses. Sandra, who sent me the scenario?
Do you want to continue while she looks that up?
Yeah, that's fine. As you're looking at that, I was just curious what the cost would be and how down the road we could possibly look at that scenario. I know that there are other districts that have that half hour time, later start time versus an hour. They have that half hour start time.
So it's eight buses at 86,000 apiece.
Okay. And if the change does happen tonight, I was hoping we'd have more data, but I assume we'd have as much as we're going to get at this point, that we would give as much notice as we could. I know Mary Jordan had spoke and Joe Giandirco had spoke about some of the staff and, families that have already made this change. So I'm also just a bit concerned about the ones that we've already made this change and they have plans already with work or childcare, just so we can have some notice for them. To make it fair for the families, because I know that could potentially be a hardship as well, as Godfrey had mentioned before. So those are just some of the thoughts that I had in closing.
Thank you, Heidi. Others? I want to jump in here to first of all, just to really appreciate the richness of this discussion. It's a long meeting, but I think it's very important for us to have this input from so many different stakeholders in the community. Clearly, it's giving us a lot to think about. I keep thinking about that phrase, follow the science, and the amount of research that has gone into thinking about healthy start times for older learners, not just here in Norwalk, but across the country. And then, of course, the very real issue of gridlock that we're seeing across town. And I'm thinking, okay, this is something that we're seeing in districts throughout Connecticut, New England, throughout the country. This is kind of a nationwide issue that is caused in part by more parents doing drop-off. As some folks mentioned tonight, this kind of start of the term chaos is not so atypical. And I don't know that we could solve the traffic issue by going with either of the options presented tonight, just because I think there's so many factors that are involved. I don't want to make a decision tonight that then just shifts the gridlock either earlier or later in different parts of town. And I also want to, just say that we knew when this was initially approved that this was going to be a big change that would take time for people to adjust to. And as Heidi has said, we're in the third week of school, so I don't know it's fair to say that this is working or not just yet. That said, one of the things we keep hearing tonight is that because of COVID, for example, parents are still are more likely to drop their kids off. Because of COVID, we're having some issues, even though we don't have empty buses, we're still having issues with some of the bus routes. And I think about the implementation of this healthy start time, which was really delayed in earnest from last year because of COVID. And as much as everyone here would like it to be otherwise, we have to admit that it's still COVID. And I think that there has been a very general push to kind of will that away, but we can't pretend that what we're doing, any of this is normal. And I think that using science that is meant to improve students' lives, but that ends up costing them instruction time is exactly the opposite of what we're going to do. We know that making a big shift in start times at this time of the school year, as Mike said, is going to have a sizable impact on every single family. And I think we have, as Dr. Estrella said, we have tried some early mitigation factors in terms of traffic control and having earlier drop-off times. And we're still about 75% late on our buses. And I think that we all agree that that's just not sustainable. I do think that my thinking is that not much has changed. Much has changed, but not enough has changed from last year to this year for us to try to do this in a way that makes sense. You know, if I were to make the motion, although I'll let anybody else do it, I would say we should make a motion to delay the implementation of Healthy Start until it makes sense to do so. I mean, some of the things that were mentioned tonight include doing a fuller traffic study, which I don't think we had the opportunity to do before this current implementation. And I think a fuller look at the full cost impact of the Healthy Start times, which I don't think we have in front of us. And so it would not be saying, let's not follow the science, but I think it would be saying, let's actually follow the science and realize that we're still in the middle of a global pandemic and are not equipped at this time to implement the new high school start times the way we should. If that were the motion on the floor tonight, I think that I don't think we would have. I think we would have to seriously consider it, not just based on the overwhelming feedback tonight. And I want to really thank and really appreciate everybody who was able to contribute, while also acknowledging, as one of the parents said, that sometimes we're more motivated to speak up when we want change. And there may be many people who are able to cope with this new paradigm in a way that did not prompt them to speak up tonight. And I do want to acknowledge, in the survey data that we got, we have about 40% of people who are fine. I want to acknowledge them in this as well, as part of a larger entreaty to all of us. When we feel these incredible passions about whatever the issue at hand is to always, kind of treat anybody with an opposing view with the same humanity that we'd wanted to treat us with, right? So all of that said, I think that we have a choice tonight if we want to take action. I think the floor is open for anybody to make a motion. Mike.
I would like to make a motion that we alter our schedule from what it is currently to our historic schedule with a 7:30 a.m. high school start times and the related start times that worked for elementary and for middle schools. I know they were looking at different provisions for K-8, right? This year would just be Columbus, so I think they've got that under control. And I would also say, that the board would like the administration to further research the possibilities for a later high school start time, but that those options would need to be vetted by the public, unlike the last round.
Thank you, Mike. Motion's on the floor.
My clarification.
Yes.
In terms of what worked for the elementary schools, within your motion, does that include a Fox Run change? Because I just recall parents saying they went through 3 different start times.
Yeah, I mean, if you look.
Go ahead.
Yeah, sorry. Well, I was just gonna say, so I'm not sure why there were all those changes at Fox Run. I mean, they did, in 17, they started at 8:30, and 18, they started at 8. And now they're on at 9:15 or they were 9:15 in 2020. So
I just want to make sure.
I don't know. There must have been reasons for all that the board never were involved in that. So I guess we would leave that once again operationally to the superintendent, that we shouldn't be setting a time for a specific school, but there must have been specific reasons, maybe because the Family Resource Center is there. I don't know.
We'll look into it.
Okay, so we'll defer, my motion would defer to the superintendent to choose the optimal time for the start of that school.
And Mike, if I may, if there's room to amend your motion, looking at the start times from before times, going back to what it was, would change Fox Run from 9:15 currently back to 8:15, which I think would be a big change for the people in that school. It would also change Kendall from 8 o'clock currently to 8:50, almost an hour. And, I think I agree with what you're saying about making sure that we really do the full due diligence that I don't think was able to happen. We also want to mitigate the change for as many families as possible. So perhaps an amendment to the motion might be that we just change the high schools back to 7:30.
We can't do that. It's not that simple. I'm sorry to interject. It's
Yeah.
not that simple, unfortunately.
Because of the cost.
It's a
Yeah.
puzzle, right? Because it's a tiering, it's a grouping. It's not that simple that we could just shift one. If we shift one, it has a ripple effect on everything else. And it's not that simply done. That means that we would have to create a completely new route and test out a completely new route.
And
I'm sorry to interrupt.
no, I
but
appreciate
just wanted to
that.
make sure.
I wonder if, to Mike's point, if we can, in thinking of delaying the implementation of the new start times, try to mitigate the change for the families at Kendall and Fox Run, because under Mike's motion, those two schools would change almost an hour. And that's a big change.
Have we heard from those parents at all? If that, what time would work best for them? The overall factor to me tonight, when we talk about the stakeholders, for me, were the parents and the kids. So maybe we need to find out from Fox Run what time works best for them. And then try to figure that out into the new route.
I think we have to figure out, like, first in terms of the routes, what is possible, because it's not just simply asking them what
I
time.
understand that.
It has to fit in the puzzle.
So when you do the puzzle, then you can give them some options.
Colin?
If that's possible, based on the number of buses they have in the route.
And actually, Fox Run should be, there must be a reason why those times shifted so much. Those should be pretty easy because Fox Run's a short run bus, their catchment area is quite small. So those bus routes is quite short. I think Kendall's bus route might be a little longer, but is Joanna still? No?
Colin?
Anne to come because she's the expert and maybe she can answer some of these questions better than I can.
Just 1 second, Sarah.
Yeah, give us a second. So what do you think is the feasibility based on your experience with the old bell time and potentially making some modifications for Kendall and Fox Run to avoid creating a drastic shift in their current time?
So we can look at it. It will take time. I can tell you that the 1920 bell times had a 95% on-time performance. Just so that you have that information.
If you look at the route and where these schools are situated, it alleviates a lot of the traffic challenges because of their distance in between start times. If you look at Ponus, which is in that same proximity of as Kendall, Ponus on the old time is at 8:15. Kendall is at 8:50, allowing approximately 35-minute grace period between start time. And that in itself alleviates traffic significantly.
Kendall is currently at 8.
Sorry.
I mean, in the
Kendall,
1920 start.
right, but Kendall is currently at 8. If we change it to 8:50, we're asking those families to make an hour change.
May I?
And, I just want to put that on the record.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Sarah.
I was just going to say that it's 11:15 at night and we have a meeting in a week. This was a special meeting. So I think that given all of the math that we're all trying to do in the moment now, it might make sense to take that time because it doesn't seem like we're ready to make a decision.
I would say, and I appreciate that, Sarah, if it's possible, Joanne, and I don't know what's possible. We have to work within reality to go back to a paradigm, back the high school's at 7:30 and revert back to the old start times for all the schools. But just keep in mind Kendall and Fox Run and just, how much or how little we can make this affect them, because I think every other school would be fine. But if you're asking just two school, I mean, you know, the high schools seem to be in favor. But you're asking two elementary schools to make an hour shift, we're kind of, you know, running into some of the issues that were brought up tonight. You know, I just want to make.
And also, let's just ask the community first what they like, if that time would work for them, right? Because it might turn out that they are okay with that time. And we can look at what we could potentially do to mitigate some of that.
I would be in favor.
Before the end of this week, we can definitely take a look at that. But if a decision is going to be made, we need to make it soon so that we allow enough time. If you were to pass a vote today, that would we would try to potentially have a start date of October 4th, which is right when a day before the new semester starts. It kind of allows the high school students in particular to start a fresh semester with their new time schedule. And it also gives parents as well as teachers more than enough time to make any modifications given the outcomes of the survey. The initial survey we had said approximately a week was the predominant. For teachers, approximately 2 to 3 weeks. So that gives us 2.5 weeks. Families 2.5 weeks to make accommodations. If we delay it further, it delays the time and the amount of instructional loss over time. And parents are left in a situation where they know there might be a change, but there's no decision yet. You see what I'm saying?
I did, but I mean, could we still do the October 4th implementation if we voted on this on the 20th? That would give them about 2 weeks.
I'd like to have my motion. I'd like to vote on it tonight because I agree with the superintendent.
I have to
Families need
agree.
to know and plan. We can't leave this.
I have to agree, we
uncertainty.
have to do it tonight only because, first of all, the experts, like I said before, know better than we do. The timing of it, she just said it was a 94%. You know, they were there on time. We have to take into consideration all the staff. It's not, you know, there's a lot of schools and that's a lot of staff. And we have to give them enough time.
We'll certainly take the vote tonight. I'm saying, I wonder if 1 week, is what I'm asking, will allow us to hear from Kendall and Fox Run families, you know, who
Right,
have
that
opinions.
decision at the end of the day, since we don't have extra money sitting around, my guess is, Joanna, right, it's gonna be driven by the bus schedule more than what monies we have. And, you know, they might say, we want this or we want that. We might not be able to provide that. I think it's gonna be more the logistical side. But we have 12,000 kids in our school district. You know, between Kendall and Fox Run, we probably have 800 kids. So we're not even talking about 10%. Not that I'm trying to demean them or anything like that. I'm just saying the rest of our students need to be able to make a plan. And so
I'm glad you're not trying to demean them, because I wonder if having a week to hear from them and still giving a 2-week implementation period might be worth it for those 800 students who are just as important as all the others.
Could I just add something?
Can you speak into the mic?
I'm sorry.
That's okay.
I just wanted to add something because I have a little history in regards to Kendall and Fox Run and the time changes. So we implemented, we added a half an hour to the elementary schools within a 2-year phase in.
Oh, that's right.
So we, in 2017, 18, 18, 19, right. So we did the first 6 elementaries in 17, 18, and the second in 18, 19. Brookside, Tracy, and Kendall were a little offset because when we added the time, we front loaded the time instead of splitting it and having it 15 minutes in the morning and 15 minutes in the afternoon. When we started to do the early start time or the later start time, Kendall at that time was going to be an all-day building. They were going to be an academy and they were going to run from 8 to 4. At that time, we were figuring into the schedules that option. If we were going to continue down that pathway, we would have needed to shift another building to make that work, which was Fox Run. Now, the Fox Run community was not happy at that time with that change, and they were vocal. So if we're going to ask the communities, we might see where a flip-flop for the time frame might work. We are talking about 11 buses total as far as the larger type 1s. And we're talking about 4 type 2 sped buses. So there's a lot to take into consideration there, but we can look at it and see what it would look like.
And I'm just gonna ask that the operational component, we will handle. I think the essence here is getting confirmation from the board that we're gonna move forward. We will engage the community, get their feedback, look at what are the possibilities in terms of the modifications that we can make in terms of the program. I think delaying this until Tuesday just provides less time for families to make arrangements. I think it would be important for us on Thursday to do a run of the old schedule to reacclimate the old and the new. Is the only day that we have in the month to really run these buses in the old start times. And we want to take advantage of that. We don't want to make that expense unless it's something that the board has already approved and voted on. It just doesn't make sense.
I mean, if I were a family at any other schools, I would expect that the start times would go back to what they were in 1920. So I would start making those preparations, whether we vote on that or not. If I were a family at Fox Run and Kendall, I would appreciate the consideration to see if that hour change could be mitigated a little bit.
On top of that, taking them into consideration, what keeps the other schools from saying the same?
But I think we can still vote and operationally, Alex can work it out.
I agree.
The other schools are changing about 5 minutes on average. So, I mean, they could say, I want to stay, but they have less of an argument.
But within that time frame, they can still reach out to the Fox Run parents. They can still reach out to the parents at Kendall and be able to figure it out. I'm really glad that she was able to ask Joanne. I'm not very vocal. I don't talk just to hear myself talk, but I do what I need to do behind the scenes in the email. So when I sent the email, I thought she would be the best person because she's dealt with this on the behind the scenes and the principals have dealt with this operationally. They know the parents or whatever, but I think we can take a vote and trust that they will do what's right by Kendall and Fox Run operationally.
Okay.
That's what we did last time, according to Mike.
What's that?
That's according to you, that's what we did last time. We took the vote and trusted that we would do it, So let's do it again.
Okay. So do I need to repeat the motion?
No. So yeah, if you don't mind repeating the motion.
So I'm proposing that we return to a 7:30 high school start time with the associated schedules for our middle schools and elementary schools. Realizing there might be adjustments there, Kendall and Fox Run as the administration can figure out. I also, as part of this motion, propose that we review and have full public hearings on the healthy start time or the 8:30 a.m. start time for our high schools with community input from all stakeholders before a decision is made.
And
thank you.
Can we add to that? I'm sorry, that we look long-term because we've got Jefferson coming up, we've got Columbus, perhaps
Ponus.
moving,
Ponus
we've got
State.
Ponus, we've got the new South Norwalk School. So can we look long-term and not just look myopically?
And I just want to say that a lot of the work that we've done in the past few weeks is like taking all of those factors into consideration, because I think they're essential in looking at the big picture. We can't just say right now it's costing us $500,000 when in reality it's going to cost us $1 million when we look at the full-blown picture of where the district is heading in the work ahead. The other thing that I want to point out to the board, and I don't want to belabor this, is also part of the conversation of looking at middle school choice and high school choice, which is a study that is ongoing right now and is something that will add value to the conversation as we move forward.
My motion stands, and if you have a vote. All right,
Thank you for
second. I need a second.
Diana seconds. I'll second.
Okay, the motion is on the table. It's seconded by Sherelle and Diana. I just want to add one more thing before we call the vote and make it simple. I just want to acknowledge, that I think most of us were not on the board when this initial vote was taken. And I don't want to, anybody who was on the board and all the work that went into this initial thing, I really don't want it to seem as if we are trying to negate that, right? Clearly, we're acknowledging that there's more work to be done. We're hopefully we can build upon the work that was initially done. So much respect and gratitude to all the board members who initially worked on this and got us to this point. Okay.
Can I just clarify that the motion is to revert to the start times and bell times for 1920, but also to have public hearings about healthy start times? Is that what we're voting to do, both those things?
I believe public hearings and also traffic studies and also a holistic.
And looking long-term as
yeah.
well.
Yes, so yes, and Sarah.
That's a lot for one motion.
It's a big motion.
Go big.
Ready.
Are we all okay? Is there any further comment on the motion? Seeing
The
none.
only other thing that I would ask to clarify is that the option to revert to those start times wasn't necessarily one of the options that we were looking at for this evening. And I'm not saying that to be fractious. I just want to make sure that it wasn't like on that piece of paper that we looked at.
It was on the presentation that Sandra and Joanne made tonight, but no, it was not on the initial list of
And I
options.
think it was on wasn't that on the survey that you sent out to the kids this morning? Yeah.
To the kids, okay.
Any further questions or comments on the motion on the floor? Seeing none, I will call for a vote. All in favor of the motion, please say aye or raise your hand. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Sarah? No? Okay. Any opposed? Any abstentions?
I'm going to abstain. I'm sorry. I just feel like I don't have enough information to make the choice this evening.
There's no need to apologize for your abstention. There are 3 abstentions, 5 in favor. The motion carries. Thank you, everyone, for a really, really good discussion. That said, I will entertain one last motion for the evening. Any motion to adjourn?
So moved.
And seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Thanks, everyone. Appreciate it.